Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Brazil. The wind is a liar. Up here on the spine of the Kozadern Ridge, it speaks of pine and the coming chill of an Oshta evening, a clean scent that promises nothing but wilderness. A falsehood. Down in the valley, nestled in a fold of green so deep it is nearly invisible, the air is thick with the scent of wood smoke, baking bread, and the cloying sweetness of humanity. It is the odor of a life I have not known for 500 years, and one I am about to extinguish. My wings, vast and black as a starless night, are folded tight against my back, a cloak of shadow and membrane that does little to ward off the cold. It does not matter. The chill in my veins is far older than any mountain wind. From my perch on the granite outcropping, the village is a collection of toys. Thatched roofs, a meandering stream, figures moving between the small, sturdy homes. They have hidden themselves well, these descendants of the Purna. They have forgotten what they are, bury their power under generations of quiet living. But the blood does not forget. It sings. And I have heard its song across continents. My gaze finds her. It always finds her. Tawana. Even from this distance, there is an unassuming quality to her, a softness in the way she moves. She's gathering herbs near the edge of the woods, her dark curls a chaotic halo around her head. She's nothing remarkable. Average height, a gentle curve to her form, dressed in the simple wool and linen of her people. And yet, the magic in her thrums like a plucked harp string, a faint, silvery resonance in the ether that only one such as I can perceive. She is the one, the key, the culmination of a quest that began before the cities of men were more than mud and wattle. A faint shimmer distorts the air around her as another woman approaches, a basket in her hands. A lie. The shimmer is how her dormant power translates the falsehoods of others. The woman with the basket is complaining about a task she claimed to have finished, and the Purna blood in Tawana's veins shows her the truth of it. She does not even know what she is seeing. To her, it is likely just a strange trick of the light, a knack for sensing when things feel wrong. To me, it is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It is the power to see through illusion itself, the very power I need to bypass the divine wards guarding the heart. A heavy tread on the rock behind me pulls me from my observation. I do not turn. I do not need to. The scent of hot blood, wet hide, and begrudging honor is unmistakable. The final payment? My voice is quiet, yet it cuts through the wind's howl. I place a small, heavy pouch on the rock beside me. The clink of Epia coins is a vulgar sound in this wild place. Hauma, the Minotaur captain, steps into my periphery. He is a mountain of muscle and fur, his massive horned head blotting out the setting sun. His presence is an offense to the senses, but his kind are brutally effective and, more importantly, they despise the Rockin matriarchs as much as I do. A useful prejudice. He picks up the pouch, its weight a mere trifle in his massive hand. The terms are the same, he rumbles, his voice like grinding stones. No survivors. We make it look like the work of feral beasts. I have only one new term. I turn my head slowly, meeting his gaze. My eyes are voids, and I know they are unsettling to those who still possess a soul. The woman with the dark curls. The one by the woods. You won't touch her. You will drive her toward the northern path. When she is alone and terrified, you will corner her, and then you will wait for me. Huma's nostrils flare, minotaurs and their tedious honor. He does not like the duplicity. He prefers a straightforward slaughter. Our contract was for the entire community, and you shall have it. I let my head tilt, a slow, predatory gesture that makes his hand twitch toward the massive axe on his back. I'm merely adjusting the choreography of the final act. She's to perceive me as her savior. That requires a threat from which to be saved. You and your warriors will provide that threat. You will play your part, Huma, and you will play it convincingly. He gives a curt nod, the gold ring in his nose glinting. He does not have to like the plan to follow it. He has been paid. That is the only honor that truly matters to a mercenary. He turns and lumbers back to his warriors, their hulking shapes concealed in the shadows of the rocks below. Amateurs. If Celine and her coven of assassins were here, they would have been ghosts, utterly undetectable until the moment their blades met flesh. But the matriarchs do not know I am here, not yet. Alone once more, I allow my thoughts to drift to my true patron, Akeldama, the deceiver, the god of trickery and gateways, whose chaotic whims have guided my long existence. He does not demand worship, only interesting outcomes. For centuries, I've been his most devoted student, his most ambitious agent. My quest for the heart isn't merely for power, but a sacrament to him. He who appreciates a grand, century-spanning gambit. He who understands that true power is not taken by brute force, but by the most elegant and cruel of deceptions. To prove yourself worthy of a conqueror's title, you must conquer. His whispers had echoed in my mind years ago. A reflection in a basin of blood. Not with an army, but with a single perfect lie. This is that lie. I will descend into that valley not as Raziel, the outcast born of a wild spot, the true immortal feared by the matriarchs who cling to their diluted bloodlines. I will not be the Vraken who has spent a lifetime accumulating the power they fear. Number. I will be a savior, a protector, a charming, tragic hero who appears from the sky to rescue a special, hunted woman. I will offer her safety. I will offer her purpose. I will offer her a shoulder to weep on as the bodies of her friends and family grow cold. And she will give me everything I need in return. Her trust is the lock. Her power is the key. I have rehearsed every word, every gesture, the gentle touch to her arm, the somber, protective tone. The way my wings will shield her from the sight of the carnage, creating a cocoon of false security. It is a performance, nothing more. Emotion is a weakness, a liability the matriarchs have succumbed to, and one I shed long ago. This girl, Tawana, is a means to an end. Her heart will be broken, yes, but my ambition will be sated. A fair trade. Below, the sun dips behind the jagged peaks. Long shadows bleed across the valley, swallowing the light. The first torch is lit in the village square, a tiny spark of defiance against the encroaching dark. It is time. I rise to my full height, my pale skin seeming to absorb the last of the twilight. The air grows still, the wind holding its breath. I lift my hand, a single, elegant gesture. The signal. A deep, guttural horn blast echoes from the rocks below, a sound of pure savagery that rips the peaceful evening apart. It is followed by the roar of charging minotaurs and the first terrified screams from the valley. The performance has begun.
Chapter 2. Tawana. The dried herb comes away from the stem with a soft snap, releasing a scent of sweet calm into the evening air. My basket is nearly full, the purple blossoms a fragrant mound against the woven reeds. It is a good harvest. Dana's joints have been aching again, and a tea made from these will help her sleep through the night. It is a small kindness, but our life here is built on small kindnesses. They are the mortar that holds the stones of our community together. I feel a familiar presence before I hear her footsteps. Dana herself, her face a roadmap of wrinkles and worry, approaches from the path leading back to the village. There you are, child. Wasting the last of the light on those weeds, her voice is sharp, but it is a blade dulled by affection. They are not weeds, Dana. They are for your tea. I smile, holding up a perfect sprig. She waves a dismissive hand, but as she speaks, a strange distortion ripples through the air around her words. A faint, oily shimmer, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. My knack, as I have always called it. I have no time for tea. That oaf, Jorik, promised he would mend my fence this morning. Said he finished it before midday. The shimmer intensifies, warping the edges of the trees behind her. Now my prize Torah is wandering loose somewhere in the woods. I blink, and the shimmer is gone. Just Dana, her hands on her hips, and the solid, real world around us. I saw Jorik this afternoon, his hands stained with the berry juice from Maeve's pies, not the grime of fence mending. He lied. My knack never gets it wrong, but to call Dana out on it would only cause strife. I am sure he will find her, I say, my own words clear and solid in the air. Let me walk back with you. I will help you look. Her expression softens. You are a good girl, Tawana. Too good for this quiet little pocket of the world. She pats my arm, and we begin the walk back toward the warm lights of our village. I have lived my entire life in this valley, walled in by the jagged, unforgiving peaks of the Korzadern Ridge. It is safe. It is home. But sometimes, when the sun sets and paints the stony faces of the mountains in hues of rose and gold, I feel a pull. A deep, aching loneliness for a world I have never seen. I know the stories. The world beyond these mountains is not kind. It's a place of cruel, dark-skinned elves who see us as little more than animals, of monstrous beasts that hunt in the ancient forests, of a brutal, unending struggle for survival. Our ancestors found this valley to escape that world, and we have stayed for good reason. Still, the longing remains. A quiet, secret rebellion in my heart against the safety that has become my cage. My fingers find a loose thread on the cuff of my sleeve, a nervous habit, and I worry the rough texture between my thumb and forefinger. What would it be like to see the sprawling port city of Voig, to sail on the sea, to feel the magic that is said to hum in the very air of this world, Protheka? The thought is a dangerous sort of music, one I quickly silence. I have my place here. I have my purpose. It is enough. We enter the village square. The air is filled with the scent of roasting meat and the sounds of laughter from the tavern. Children chase each other around the central fire pit, their small forms silhouetted against the rising flames. It is a scene of such profound peace that the breath catches in my throat. This is why we hide. This is what we protect. Then the world ends. A horn blast, deep and guttural, rips through the evening air. It is not a sound of celebration. It is a sound of slaughter. For a heartbeat, there is only stunned silence. Then the screaming begins. My head whips toward the tree line, and my peripheral vision darkens. Hulking shapes, far larger than any man, are charging into the village. They are covered in fur, with the massive horned heads of bulls. Minotaurs. The monsters from the cautionary tales the elders tell to frighten children. But they are real. Their roars are real. The sound of their heavy axes splintering the door of the nearest home is real. Ice floods my veins, a frigid tide that steals all warmth. Dana lets out a choked cry beside me, her hand flying to her mouth. The music of the forest, the laughter, the crackle of the fire, it all fades to a dull, distant roar in my ears. There is only the thunder of hooves, the splintering of wood, and the wet, tearing sounds of violence. Run! I manage to gasp, my voice a stranger's. I grab Dana's arm, pulling her away from the square, away from the carnage. The cellars! We stumble through the chaos. A minotaur swings its axe, and Yorick, the man who lied about the fence, falls. There is no shimmer in the air now, only the stark, brutal truth of red blood on dark earth. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. My fingers find the thread on my sleeve, twisting it, pulling it, the small pain a desperate anchor in a world that has dissolved. We reach Donna's small cottage. I shove her toward the root cellar door set in the floor. Go! I will bar it from the outside. Tawana, no! Her eyes are wide with terror. Go! I scream, the sound raw in my own ears. She scrambles down the ladder, and I slam the heavy wooden doors shut, dropping the thick iron bar into place just as the front door of the cottage explodes inward. A minotaur fills the doorway. It is a nightmare of muscle and matted fur, its eyes burning with a cold, merciless light. It snorts, hot air steaming from its nostrils, and its gaze locks onto me. There is nowhere to run. The back wall of the cottage is solid stone. The thread on my sleeve snaps between my fingers. My breath seizes, locking in my throat. The world tunnels until the monster's snarling face is the new thing I can see. It raises its axe, a massive double-bladed thing stained with the blood of my neighbours, my friends, my family. This is it. This is the end. The axe begins its descent, a blur of deadly iron, and then he drops from the sky. He is a storm of silent, impossible grace. He lands between me and the minotaur without a sound, his form framed by two vast, leathery wings that are the colour of midnight. He is tall and lean, with skin as pale as bone, and long silver hair that whips around a face of cruel, breathtaking beauty. He is Vrakan, one of the ancient winged demons that even the dark elves fear, a creature of legend. The stories of my childhood hadn't done it justice. There was no mistaking him for anything but Vrakan. He does not even look at me. His attention is fixed on the minotaur, and a slow, terrible smile curves his perfect lips. His eyes are not eyes at all, but voids of utter darkness. The minotaur, its axe frozen mid-swing, lets out a bewildered roar. The winged creature moves. He is a blur, a whisper of motion. There is a sound like tearing silk, and the minotaur's head tumbles from its shoulders. The massive body stands for a second, then collapses like a felled tree. The Vrakan turns to me, his dark eyes seeming to drink the light from the room. He takes a step closer, and I am pinned by his gaze, unable to scream, unable to breathe. He is the most terrifying and beautiful thing I have ever seen. He is my death, death incarnate.
Chapter 3. Raziel. The Minotaur's corpse hits the floorboards with a wet, heavy thud that seems to shake the small cottage to its foundations. Blood, dark and steaming, pools around my boots. Outside, the symphony of slaughter continues. The splintering of wood, the bellows of rage, the high, thin screams of the dying. It's the sound of my ambition taking form. The girl, Tawana, is still pressed against the back wall, a statue carved from terror. Her chest rises and falls in shallow, hitched breaths, her wide, warm brown eyes fixed on me. They are beautiful eyes, I note with detached appreciation. They hold the terror well. I must be a fearsome sight, a creature of legend drenched in the blood of a monster, my wings casting a web of shadows that swallows the room's meager light. Perfect. The performance is proceeding flawlessly. I take a step toward her, and she flinches, a small, cornered animal. I deliberately soften my expression, letting the cold predator recede and replacing it with a mask of weary sorrow. I've had centuries to perfect this look. It has disarmed queens and brought sorcerers to their knees. The danger is not over. My voice is a low murmur, pitched to soothe, to command trust. I offer her my hand, palm up, a gesture of peace, an utter falsehood. They are still out there. Her gaze darts from my face to my outstretched hand, then back again. The air around her hums with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. It is the Purna blood, reacting to my presence, to the lie I am embodying. I can feel it like a pressure against my skin, a testament to the power sleeping within her. On the inside of her wrist, peeking from beneath her frayed sleeve, I see it, a small star-shaped birthmark. The final confirmation. She is the one. I move with a fluid grace that is utterly silent, exiting the cottage and stepping back into the chaos of the square. 2 more Minotaurs are bearing down on a small group of villagers huddled by the well. I meet their charge not with force, but with speed. I am a blur of silver hair and black wings, my movements too fast for their brutish eyes to follow. One moment they are roaring in triumph, the next their roars curdle into choked gurgles as their throats are opened by a touch as light as a lover's caress. They fall, and the villagers stare, their faces slack with a mixture of horror and awe. I ignore them. My audience is the girl who has followed me to the doorway of the cottage, her hand covering her mouth. I walk through the carnage, a phantom of salvation. Every step is measured, every glance calculated. I dispatch one more of Huma's mercenaries with a contemptuous flick of my wrist, the force of my will sending him crashing into the central fire pit. The smell of burning fur and flesh joins the coppery scent of blood in the air. I stand before her. I am close enough now to see the frantic pulse beating in her throat. I slowly, deliberately retract my wings, folding them into a cloak of midnight that settles around my shoulders. The transformation from warrior to protector is complete. You are safe now, I murmur, my voice laced with a profound manufactured grief. I am sorry I did not arrive sooner. I reach out, my fingers gently brushing a smudge of dirt from her cheek. Her skin is soft, warm. A jolt, unexpected and unwelcome, sparks at the point of contact. I ignore it. What are you? The question is a whisper, fragile as spun glass. My name is Raziel. I let a deep sadness settle into my features. I am one of the Vraken, and I have been searching for you for a very long time, Tawana. Her eyes widen at the sound of her name. Excellent. The first seed of her importance has been planted. You are the last of a bloodline that was thought to be lost to the ages. A power flows in your veins that these creatures, and others far worse, would see extinguished from this world. I weave the lies with the threads of truth, the most effective form of deceit. They hunt you for what you are. I'm here to ensure they fail. Tears well in her eyes, but they are not tears of fear. They are tears of grief. Her gaze sweeps past me, to the bodies littering the square, to the fires beginning to lick at the roofs of the surrounding homes. Her entire body trembles, but then something shifts. A core of iron resilience I had not anticipated rises through the terror. Her chin lifts. My people, she says, her voice shaking but gaining strength. Some of them are still alive. Hiding? You have to help them, please. The request is an irritant, a deviation from the script. My agreement with Huma was for total annihilation, to leave her utterly alone, utterly dependent on me. No survivors. The words were clear. Annoyance, cold and sharp, flickers within me. But then I look at her. She is not begging for her own life. She is pleading for others, even as her world burns to ash around her. This selfless, foolish, sacrificial heart. It is not a complication. It is a tool. A lover of such exquisite power that I am almost breathless at the potential. To leave survivors would be a masterstroke. It would indebt them to her and through her, to me. It would make her their hero, a role that would bind her to my side with chains far stronger than fear or gratitude alone. I let my head tilt, the old predatory habit surfacing before I smooth it away into a look of solemn consideration. I let the silence stretch, making her believe she is swaying me, that her plea holds weight against the tide of this horror. An internal laugh, cold and silent, echoes in the abyss of my mind. Her kindness, her compassion. It is so pure, so utterly exploitable. It is perfect. Akeldama would be proud. To fight them all, it will draw more of their kind, I say, voice a low, grim warning. The lie comes easily. Their focus is on you. As long as you are here, this place will never be safe. They will not stop until they have you. Then what can we do? She cries, her hands balling into fists at her sides. I hold her gaze, my dark eyes promising an impossible salvation. I will honor your courage. I will drive the remaining beasts from this valley and spare those who yet live. I pause, letting the hope blossom in her chest before I deliver the price. But in exchange, you must come with me. Now. Your presence here is a beacon. If you leave, you will draw the hunt away from this place. Your departure will be their salvation. She stares at me, the terrible weight of my offer settling upon her. The choice is hers, the lives of her people, balanced against her own future. A choice no mortal should have to make, one that I have already made for her.
Chapter 4. Tawana. The silence that follows the slaughter is a living thing. It is heavier than the smoke that chokes the air, colder than the night that presses in on the edges of the firelight. The roars of the minotaurs have faded, replaced by a low, keening wind that whispers through the broken doors and shattered windows of my home. My home. The word is a hollow echo in the cavern of my mind. My legs are trembling, threatening to give out from under me. The only thing holding me upright is the ghost of the Minotaur's axe, forever frozen in its descent. I watch as the Vrakan, Raziel, moves through the square. He is a creature of impossible contradictions, a demon who kills monsters, a nightmare who brings salvation. He dispatched the last of the beasts with a terrifying, silent grace, and now he stands like a statue carved from moonlight and shadow, surveying the ruin he has inherited. A groan from a nearby cottage breaks the spell. A cellar door creaks open, then another. Slowly, like ghosts rising from their graves, the survivors emerge. My breath catches, a painful, ragged thing in my chest. Dana is among them, her face pale and smudged with dirt, her eyes wide and unseeing as she takes in the devastation. Jorik's body lies not 10 feet from her. The sight of them, the living, is what finally breaks me. A sob tears itself from my throat, a raw animal sound. The strength vanishes from my limbs, and I collapse to my knees in the blood-soaked dirt. It is too much. The bodies of my neighbours, the smell of death, the faces of the children I will never see laugh again. The world dissolves into a blur of tears and smoke, a vortex of pain that threatens to pull me under completely. At last he is there. He kneels before me, his movements as silent as falling snow. I expect to feel a wave of terror, to shrink from the presence of this ancient, deadly being. Instead, a strange calm settles over the chaos in my soul. His dark, bottomless eyes hold a sorrow so profound, so ancient, it seems to swallow my own. "It is over," he says, voice a low, soothing vibration that cuts through the ringing in my ears. He reaches for me, and I do not flinch. He pulls me against his chest, and his wings, those vast, leathery shields of midnight, unfurl and wrap around me. They are not soft, they are cool and smooth, like worn leather, and they smell of the night sky and something else, something clean and cold like mountain stone. They block out the sight of the fires, the bodies, the horrified faces of the survivors. They create a cocoon of impossible safety, a pocket of silence in a world screaming with pain. I cling to him, my fingers bunching in the fine, dark fabric of his tunic. I press my face against his chest and I weep. I weep for Dana, for Yorick, for the life I had this morning. A life so simple and quiet I never knew how precious it was. I weep until my throat is raw and my body is an empty, aching vessel. And through it all, he holds me. He does not speak. He simply holds me, a solid, unmoving anchor in the storm of my grief. When the tears finally subside, leaving me hollowed out and trembling, he does not let me go. Why? The word is a broken whisper against his chest. Why did they come here? We have nothing. We are no one. I'm a human being. His hand comes up to gently stroke my hair, his touch surprisingly tender. That is where you are wrong, Tawana. The sound of my name in his beautiful, tragic voice sends a shiver through me. You are not no one. You are everything. He leans back slightly, enough to look down at my face. The oily shimmer of a lie flickers at the edge of his words, but I am too broken to care, too desperate for an answer to question its source. I told you, whether you believe me or not, your bloodline is ancient. It carries a power, a gift, that my people have sought to protect for centuries, and that others, like those beasts, seek to control or destroy. They did not come for your village. They came for you. The air leaves my lungs in a sharp hiss. Me? The idea is absurd. I am just Tawana. I gather herbs and help my neighbours. I have a strange knack for seeing things that are not there, but it is a parlour trick, a quirk, not a power, not something monsters would kill for. I cling to his words. They are a shield against the truth I cannot bear, that this was all for nothing, that the lives of my friends and family were extinguished for no reason at all. To believe I was the cause, as terrible as it is, gives their deaths a meaning, a purpose. What power? I ask, my voice small. A key, he says, his gaze intense. There is an artifact, the essence of the wild spont. It was created long ago to be a sanctuary, a source of great protection, but it was sealed away, hidden behind divine illusions that no eye can pierce, no eye but yours. Your gift allows you to see the truth through any lie, to unravel any deception. You are the only one who can open the way. With it, we can create a place where your people, and what is left of mine, can be safe forever. A place where this can never happen again. Hope. It is a cruel, fragile thing, but it takes root in the barren wasteland of my heart. A sanctuary, a way to ensure the survivors are safe, a way to give this horror a purpose. If I help you, if I go with you like you said and find this artifact, will my people be safe? I look past his shoulder to where Dana is now hugging another survivor, both of them weeping silently. Can I come back for them? Your presence here is what draws the danger, he says, his voice grave. The lie shimmers, but his logic feels like inescapable iron. As long as you remain, they will be a target. The hunters will not stop. They will send more, but if you leave, you will draw the hunt with you. Your sacrifice will be their shield. Once we have the heart, once we have secured the sanctuary, you can return. You have my word. My sacrifice. The word rings with a terrible, noble weight. To leave my home, the only place I have ever known. To walk into the dangerous, unknown world with this beautiful, terrifying creature. To become the huntress's lure. I look at the faces of the survivors, their expressions of shock and grief mirroring my own. I see the bodies of those who did not survive. I can save them. I can give their deaths meaning. I can protect what little I have left. The choice is not a choice at all. I pull away from him, my body feeling strangely cold without the shelter of his wings. I stand on shaky legs and walk toward Dana. I wrap my arms around her, burying my face in her familiar, comforting scent of wood smoke and dried herbs. I have to go, I whisper, my voice thick with unshed tears. She pulls back, her old eyes searching my face. Go? Go where, child? There is nowhere to go. With him. I nod toward Raziel, who waits patiently by the smouldering fire pit, a figure of patient, silent power. He says they came for me, that if I leave, the rest of you will be safe. Tears stream down her wrinkled cheeks. She grips my arms, her fingers surprisingly strong. You cannot. The world beyond this valley will eat you alive. He will protect me. The words feel true, even as a part of me screams at the madness of it all. I will come back, Dana. I promise. I press my forehead against hers, a final, desperate goodbye. Then I turn my back on her, on the smouldering ruins of my home, on the weeping faces of the few people I have left in this world. I walk toward the Vraken, each step heavier than the last. The smoke stings my eyes, or maybe it is just the tears. He watches me approach, his expression unreadable. When I reach him, he simply holds out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, I place my small, trembling hand in his. His skin is cool, his grip firm and impossibly strong. He says nothing. He simply turns, and together we walk out of the dying light of my village and into the deep, waiting darkness of the world. As we leave the smouldering ruins and the survivors behind, I look at the dark, winged figure beside me, his profile a perfect, cruel line against the bruised twilight sky. And I believe he is my only hope in the world.
Chapter 5. Raziel. For 4 days we have moved through the wilds of Kainvu, a continent of vibrant, violent life. We keep to the shadows, traveling in the bruised twilight of dusk and the cold, clean hours before dawn. During the day, when the sun is a merciless eye in the sky, we rest in the deep shade of rock outcroppings or beneath the dense canopies of the strange, blue-barked trees. Tawana, I have learned, is resilient. But she is still human. The unnatural rhythm is wearing on her. I see it in the faint, purple shadows beneath her eyes, in the way her steps falter as the sun begins to climb. Do all Vraken shun the daylight? She asks now, her voice quiet. We are resting in the cool darkness of a shallow cave, the midday heat a shimmering wall just beyond the entrance. The question is innocent, logical, and it strikes at the very heart of my anomalous nature. Most of my kind would be little more than a pile of smoldering ash after even an hour of such direct exposure. They are creatures of the deep earth, their immortality bought with a curse of shadow. But I'm different. The wild spawn that was my cradle and my crucible did not just grant me true immortality. It burned away the lesser weaknesses of my race. The sun does not burn me. It is a minor irritant, a tactical disadvantage, but it holds no true power over me. It is one of the many reasons the matriarchs fear me. I watch her as she tends to a small cut on her hand, a scrape from a thorny vine. I could tell her the truth. I could explain how the raw magic of my birth remade me. But the truth is a weapon, and I do not arm my pawns. The shadows are safer, I say. The half-truth, a smooth, polished stone on my tongue. Our enemies are not bound by the sun. It is better to move when we are cloaked in darkness. It keeps us hidden. It keeps you safe. Her eyes, the color of warm, rich earth, search my face. She accepts my words, her capacity for trust a flaw in her design that I continue to exploit with surgical precision. Where are we going exactly? She asks, changing the subject. To a place of safety. I keep my voice low, a calming timbre I have perfected. A place of great power, hidden from the world. It is the only location where the heart of the wild spawn can be found. The wild spawn. She tests the word on her tongue, her brow furrowed. I have heard the elders speak of them. Places of raw magic where the world is different. They are. I do not elaborate on the truth of them, the way they hum with a frequency that can drive lesser creatures mad, the scent of ozone and creation that clings to the air, the way they are bleeding, open wounds in the skin of reality. Instead, I feed her the lie. The heart is an artifact that channels the protective essence of the wild sponse. It was created to be a shield, a sanctuary. With it, we can forge a haven that no dark elf, no minotaur, no beast of this world can ever breach. Your people will be safe. That is the promise. Later, as we move through a dense copse of red ferns in the fading light, I decide it is time for a small test. I guide her toward a patch of ground where a cluster of pillabugs have spun their venomous illusionary webs. To the untrained eye, the path ahead looks clear, a carpet of soft moss. I stop. We will rest here for a moment. She looks at the inviting patch of ground, a weary gratitude in her eyes. She takes a step and then freezes. Her head tilts, her gaze unfocusing slightly, as if she is looking at something just beyond what is physically there. A faint pressure builds in the air, the subtle scent of ozone that heralds the use of her power. "No," she whispers, her hand flying to her temple. "It is wrong." The ground. It shimmers. I watch, fascinated. She sees it, not just a feeling, but a visual distortion. Her dormant power is more sensitive than I had calculated. "What do you see?" I press, keeping my tone one of mild curiosity. "It is like looking through heated air." "It is a lie." She has named it. The core of her ability, articulated with an instinct she does not understand. I feel a flicker of something that is almost admiration. It is an unwelcome sensation, and I crush it. She is a tool, a fascinating, surprisingly effective tool, but a tool nonetheless. "You have a keen eye," I say, my voice smooth as polished stone. I toss a small rock onto the patch of moss. It does not land. It passes through the illusion and vanishes into the web-filled ravine below. Her breath hitches. "Your gift is what will guide us through the deceptions that guard the heart," I explain, reinforcing the narrative. "You see the truth, Tawana. It is a rare and precious thing." She looks at me, a dawning awe in her eyes, not for herself, but for the purpose I have given her. It is almost too easy. The true test, however, is not of her power, but of my own resolve. It comes that evening as I hunt for our meal. I return to our small, hidden camp to find her not huddled in fear or lost in grief, but humming a soft, wordless melody as she coaxes a tiny, injured pavo, a small, copper-colored songbird with a broken wing, to drink water from a leaf. Her kindness is a physical thing, an aura of warmth that seems to press against the ancient cold inside me. She speaks to the creature in low, soothing tones, her touch gentle, her focus absolute. She, who has lost everything, still has compassion to spare for the smallest of creatures. The sight fills me with a profound and visceral annoyance. This is the weakness of mortals. This sentimental attachment to fleeting, insignificant lives. It is the flaw that makes them so easy to conquer, so simple to break. For centuries I have viewed such things with nothing but contempt. It is the currency of the prey, not the predator. I cannot look away. The firelight catches the warm highlights in her dark curls, the gentle curve of her lips as she murmurs to the bird. There is a strength in her softness that I find unsettling. It is a resilience that has no place in my cold, logical world. She believes in good. She believes in hope. She looks at the broken world around her and chooses to mend a small piece of it. My jaw tightens. This is a dangerous distraction. Her optimism is a poison to my ambition. Her light is an intrusion. I should feel nothing but disdain. But as I watch her, a different feeling, something sharp and unwelcome, coils in my gut. Fascination. I make a sound, a deliberate crunch of a twig under my boot, and she looks up, her eyes wide. The bird flutters in her hands. "Do not waste your time on that," I say, my voice harsher than I intend. "It will not survive the night." A flicker of hurt crosses her face, but it is replaced by that quiet resolve. "It might," she says, her voice soft but firm. "And if it does not, at least it will not die alone." She turns her attention back to the bird, dismissing me. The feeling is so foreign, so utterly alien, that for a moment I am caught off balance. I, who have commanded the fear and respect of beings far older and more powerful than this fragile human, am dismissed in favor of a dying animal. I let my head start its slow, predatory tilt, an unconscious assertion of dominance, and then I catch myself. I force the muscles in my neck to still, a crack in my perfect control. I turn away, moving to the edge of our camp to begin my watch, the taste of ash in my mouth. The hours pass in silence. She tends to the bird and I tend to the perimeter, every line of my body taut with attention that has absolutely nothing to do with the dangers of the forest. The danger is right here, in this small clearing, sitting by my fire. As the twin moons of Protheka begin their ascent, casting a pale, silvery light through the canopy, my senses, honed by centuries of solitude and paranoia, catch something. It is nothing a mortal would notice. A single misplaced stone on the game trail to the west. The faint, lingering scent of hot metal and blood, almost entirely masked by the wind. The unnatural silence of the nocturnal creatures in that direction. My eyes narrow, scanning the darkness. They are here, already. Huma and his mercenaries were clumsy, but this is something else. Something more skilled, more patient. I did not anticipate them finding us this soon. It is a miscalculation. An error. And I do not make errors. A cold, familiar fury washes through me, clearing my mind of all but the immediate threat. The game has escalated. The hunt has truly begun.
Chapter 6. Tawana. The fire is a small, hungry thing, devouring the dry wood Raziel gathered and casting flickering shadows that dance like spirits at the edge of our camp. The little parvo is nestled in a makeshift bed of soft leaves near the warmth, its breathing shallow but steady. I have done all I can for it. Now I can only watch the Vraken. He has not spoken a word since his harsh dismissal of my efforts. He stands at the perimeter of the clearing, a silent silhouette against the twin moons, every line of his body radiating a lethal stillness. It is more than his usual predatory grace. This is different. This is the tense quiet of a string pulled taut to its breaking point. I can feel it in the air, a low hum of energy that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. He is hunting, even while he is standing still. My fingers find the familiar comfort of the ragged thread on my sleeve. 4 days we have travelled, and in that time I have learned the nuances of his silence. There is the cold, calculating silence of the immortal studying a puzzle, and there is the dismissive silence of a being for whom my existence is a mere footnote. This is neither. This is the silence of imminent violence. A prickling sensation starts at the base of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I tell myself it is just the unfamiliar forest, the strange cries of nocturnal creatures I do not recognize. But the feeling intensifies, growing from a prickle to a heavy, suffocating weight. My gaze sweeps the impenetrable wall of trees surrounding us, searching for the source. I see nothing but layers of shadow and moonlight. Suddenly my knack activates. It is not the subtle, oily shimmer that warps the air around a simple lie. This is a sickness. A pressure builds behind my eyes, immense and painful, as if my skull is too small to contain it. The entire western edge of the forest begins to distort, the trees seeming to bend and warp as if seen through flawed, rippling glass. It is a lie, a vast, profound lie, a lie of emptiness, a lie that says there is nothing here. My stomach churns. The scent of the night-blooming flowers becomes sickly sweet, and the crackle of the fire sounds like the snapping of bones. I have to tell him. I rise on shaky legs, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I approach him slowly, not wanting to startle the coiled serpent of his stillness. He does not turn as I draw near, but I know he is aware of my every footstep. Raziel. My voice is a dry whisper. You should be resting. His voice is flat, devoid of all emotion, his gaze still locked on the dark woods. Something is wrong. The pressure in my head is a physical agony now. The trees, over there. I lift a trembling hand, pointing toward the shimmering distortion. They are not right. It feels like the lie Jorik told Dana, but bigger, stronger. It feels like the whole forest is lying to me. He is silent for a long moment. I expect him to be dismissive, to tell me it is a trick of the firelight or my own fear. Instead, a low sound, almost a growl, vibrates in his chest. He turns his head, his dark, bottomless eyes finally meeting mine. There is no surprise in them, only a cold, lethal confirmation. Describe it, he commands, his voice sharp, clipped. It is a shimmer, like heat rising from the path on a summer's day. It makes my head ache and my stomach turn. It is telling me there is nothing there, but it feels like a scream. His jaw tightens, a muscle flexing along that perfect, cruel line. He knew we were being watched. But my words have given his knowledge a shape, a location, a texture. I did not warn him of a presence he already sensed. I have shown him the nature of its concealment. A flicker of something, surprise, respect, crosses his face before it is wiped clean, replaced by that mask of cold control. Stay behind me, he orders. He moves then, placing his body between me and the shimmering lie of the forest. His wings flare slightly, the black membranes catching the moonlight, making him seem larger, more dangerous. The gesture is purely protective, and the terrifying safety of it sends a jolt through my entire body. I am a mouse cowering in the shadow of a dragon, but the dragon is facing my enemies. Ice and fire war in my veins. The fear is a living thing, a cold serpent coiling in my belly. But beneath it, a tiny, defiant spark ignites. I did this. I saw the danger. My strange, useless knack is not so useless after all. I am not just a frightened girl being led through the wilderness. I am a part of this. My hand finds the thread on my sleeve, and my fingers grip it not with nervous energy, but with a new, unfamiliar resolve. I refuse to be a liability. Raziel draws a long, wicked-looking blade from a sheath I had not even seen on his back. The metal drinks the moonlight, seeming to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. The air grows thick, heavy, charged with the promise of death. "Show yourself," Raziel calls out, his voice not loud, but carrying an authority that seems to shake the very leaves on the trees. "Your hunt is over. You have found us." For a moment, there is only the sound of the wind and the fire. Then, the shimmering distortion in my vision dissolves. The lie ends, and the truth steps out of the shadows. It is the Minotaur from the village, the leader. His massive horned head is lowered, his eyes burning with a cold, focused rage that is far more terrifying than the mindless savagery of the others. He is not alone. A dozen more of the brutes emerge from the trees, their forms like walking mountains, their axes held ready. They fan out, creating a semicircle, blocking any hope of escape. The lead Minotaur takes a step forward, the ground seeming to tremble under his weight. His gaze is fixed on Raziel, but I can feel the heat of his hatred wash over me. He came for me. He lifts his chin, his voice a low, rumbling growl that promises nothing but pain. Fracken.
Chapter 7. Raziel. Fracken. The word is a death sentence torn from Huma's throat in a low, rumbling growl. His fury is a palpable thing, a wave of heat that rolls across the clearing. This is not the calculated aggression of a mercenary fulfilling a contract. This is the raw, honor-bound rage of the betrayed. I broke our agreement. My meticulously crafted plan is unraveling, thread by infuriating thread. My grip tightens on the hilt of my blade, the ancient metal cool and familiar against my skin. Behind me, I feel Tawana's sharp intake of breath, a small, fragile sound in the face of the encroaching wall of muscle and fury. "You broke our contract, Huma," I state, my voice a blade of ice in the tense air. "There was no mention of a second engagement." The Minotaur lets out a harsh, barking laugh. "The contract was voided the moment your blade tasted the blood of my kin. You paid me to create a threat, not to be slaughtered for your amusement." His burning gaze flicks past me to Tawana. "Girl, this creature is your true enemy. He is the one who brought the ruin to your doorstep. He, ice, sharp and absolute, floods my veins. He cannot be allowed to speak. He cannot be allowed to plant that seed of truth in her mind. The key cannot be compromised." Before the last word has fully left Huma's lips, I move. I'm not a creature of brute force like these beasts. I'm a whisper of death, a current of air. I close the distance between us in a single, silent heartbeat, my blade a silver arc in the moonlight. The two minotaurs flanking Huma have no time to even raise their axes. My sword sings as it passes through the thick hide and sinew of their necks. It is not a hacking blow, but a clean, fluid slice. Their horned heads topple from their shoulders in a spray of hot, coppery blood, their massive bodies crashing to the forest floor like felled trees. The clearing explodes into a chaos of roars and charging bodies. I'm a whirlwind of black wings and silver steel at the center of the storm. An axe blade the size of a dinner plate screams toward my head. I do not block it. I flow under it, the wind of its passage stirring my hair, and drive the pommel of my sword into the creature's knee. Bone shatters with a sickening crunch. As it bellows and stumbles, I spin, my blade scything across its exposed back, severing its spine. Blood is everywhere. It slicks the ground under my boots, mists the air, paints my skin in warm, wet strokes. The scent of it, thick and primal, ignites a cold, ancient fire within me. This is the truth of my existence. Not the careful lies, not the patient manipulations, but this, the Red Dance. Another Minotaur breaks from the pack, its eyes locking on Tawana. It charges not at me, but at her. There is no thought, no calculation. There is only a surge of cold, absolute fury. I'm already moving to intercept, but Tawana acts first. With a desperate cry, she snatches a burning branch from the fire pit and hurls it at the beast. It is a futile human gesture. The branch bounces harmlessly off the Minotaur's thick hide, a child's toy against a mountain. But it is the defiance in the act, the sheer suicidal bravery of it, that makes my blood run cold. The beast roars, enraged by her audacity. I am there in an instant, a blur of motion, my body a living shield between them. Its axe comes down, and I meet the blow with my sword. The impact a jarring shock that shudders up my arm. The creature's strength is prodigious, but I am Vraken. I am immortal. I use its momentum against it, redirecting the blow and spinning inside its guard. My free hand, claws extended, rips across its throat. It is a messy, brutal kill, and I feel the hot spray of its lifeblood against my face. I turn back to Tawana. She is pressed against a tree, her face a pale mask of horror, her eyes wide and fixed on me. On the monster I have become. There's no time to repair the damage, to soften the image. Huma is charging, his rage a tangible force, his massive axe held high. I meet his charge head-on. Our blades clash, a deafening shriek of metal on metal that echoes through the forest. He is stronger than the others, his movements fueled by a righteous fury. He is a force of nature, an avalanche of muscle and steel. But I am a force of time itself. We are a blur of motion, a deadly dance around the crackling fire. He swings, I evade. I thrust, he parries. His axe splinters the trunk of a tree where my head was a moment before. My blade leaves a long, shallow cut across his thick shoulder. He roars, ignoring the wound, and presses his attack. "Raziel! To your left!" Tawana's voice cuts through the din of battle. My head snaps in the direction of her cry. Another of Huma's warriors has broken from the melee, circling around to flank me, its axe raised for a killing blow. The distraction is all it takes. I pivot, bringing my blade around to intercept the new threat, but in that fraction of a second, I've left myself open. Huma's axe changes course. I twist, but I am too slow. The sharpened edge of the axe bites deep into my side. Pain, white hot and searing, explodes through me. It is a foreign sensation, an unwelcome guest in my immortal body. A grunt of pure, animal pain is ripped from my throat. The wound is not fatal, but it is deep. Blood, my own blood, dark and silver in the moonlight, wells from the gash, soaking my tunic. The sight of my injury, of my vulnerability, seems to break something in Tawana. No. The cry is a raw, ragged thing. My fury, already a cold star in my chest, ignites into a supernova. They have hurt me. An annoyance. They have forced her into this fight. They have made her watch me bleed. Unforgivable. I abandon all pretense of defense. I let the cold, ancient rage take over. I become the monster they believe me to be. I unleash the full, terrible speed of my kind. The world slows to a crawl. The charging minotaurs are statues. The falling leaves hang suspended in the air. I move through them. My blade is a whisper, a caress, a final, fatal thought. A severed tendon here. A pierced heart there. I do not kill them all. I do not have the time. I cripple them. I maim them. I leave them writhing on the forest floor, a testament to the folly of their vengeance. I leave Huma for last. I am before him in an instant, the tip of my blade resting against the pulse in his throat. His eyes are wide with shock, with the dawning horror of a creature who's just realized it is not the predator in this hunt. "My contract was with you," I hiss, my voice a low, venomous thing. "You broke it. Now your honor is paid for in the blood of your men. I do not kill him. I want him to live. I want him to carry the message of my displeasure back to his kind. I want him to spread the fear." I spin, my wings catching the air, and in a single, powerful beat, I'm beside Tawana. I scoop her into my arms. She is light, fragile. I can feel the frantic beating of her heart against my chest. "Hold on," I command. With another powerful downstroke of my wings, we are airborne. We rise above the trees, leaving the sounds of agony and the smell of death behind us. The wind is a cold, clean thing against my face, a welcome balm to the heat of my rage. The pain in my side is a constant, throbbing reminder of my failure, my miscalculation, my weakness. I'm irritated, not by the wound, but by its cause. I was distracted. I was compromised. Because of her. This key, this fragile human girl, is a complication of the highest order. We fly for what feels like an eternity. The dark canopy of the Konvu forest, a rolling sea beneath us. I spot what I am looking for. A deep, shadowed ravine. A scar in the earth that will offer us shelter and concealment. I descend, landing with a silent grace that belies the fire in my side. I set her down gently. She stumbles back, her eyes wide, her gaze fixed on the dark, spreading stain on my tunic. I ignore it, turning my senses outward, scanning our surroundings. The immediate threat is gone, but the other one, the one I sensed before. My head snaps up, my nostrils flaring. It is faint, carried on the high currents of the wind, but it is unmistakable. It is the clean, cold scent of the deep earth. The scent of ancient stone and dormant magic. The scent of my own kind. Of Rockin. It's coming.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 8. Tawana. The landing is jarring, a sudden stop that sends a shock through my bones. Raziel sets me on my feet at the bottom of a deep, shadowed ravine. The walls of rock rise steeply on either side, blotting out the twin moons and leaving us in a pocket of profound darkness. The air is cold, smelling of damp stone and moss. He stumbles, a sharp hiss of pain escaping his lips as he presses a hand to his side. My gaze is drawn to the dark, wet stain spreading across his tunic. The Vraken who seemed invincible, who moved like a storm of death, is bleeding. The reality of it, the vulnerability of it, cuts through the lingering terror of the fight. "You are hurt," I breathe, my voice trembling. I take a step toward him, my hands outstretched, though I have no idea what I can do. "It is a scratch." His voice is a low growl, laced with a pain he cannot entirely conceal. He pushes himself upright, his back against the cold stone of the ravine wall, his gaze already scanning the darkness above. But my eyes are fixed on the gash in his side. It is no scratch. It is a deep, vicious wound, and it is bleeding freely. Without thinking, I tear a long strip of fabric from the hem of my already tattered dress. "Let me see," I insist, my voice finding a strength I didn't know it possessed. He looks down at me, his dark, bottomless eyes narrowed. For a moment, I think he will refuse, that his pride will not allow such a weakness to be tended by a mere human. But then, something in his expression softens, or perhaps it is just the exhaustion from the fight. He gives a curt, reluctant nod. I approach him cautiously, my heart hammering against my ribs. I gently push his hand aside and press the makeshift bandage against the wound. He flinches, a barely perceptible tightening of his jaw, but he does not pull away. The fabric quickly soaks through with his blood. It is dark, almost black, and it shimmers in the faint moonlight with a strange, silvery luminescence. As I work, my hands trembling, the Minotaur's final words echo in the sudden ringing silence of the ravine. "This creature is your true enemy. He is the one who brought the ruin to your doorstep." The words are a poison, seeping into the crevices of my shattered world. I try to dismiss them as the desperate lies of a dying monster. But my knack, my strange, insistent sense of truth, had not shimmered around them. The question tears itself from my throat before I can stop it. What did he mean? Raziel's body goes utterly still beneath my hands. "Who?" "The Minotaur," I whisper, my gaze rising to meet his. He said you brought them to my village, that you are my enemy, that you lie to me." A profound, ancient sorrow fills his eyes. It is a look of such deep, soul-crushing guilt that the breath catches in my throat. He looks away, his perfect profile etched in lines of tragic regret. A shimmering, oily distortion begins to form around him, a lie taking shape. "He was not wrong," Raziel says brokenly. "Not entirely." Ice floods my veins. My hands freeze against his side. He turns his gaze back to me, and the sorrow in his eyes looks like a physical weight. I have been searching for the last of the Perna bloodline for a very long time, Tawana. My search was not as subtle as I had believed. I am an outcast among my own kind, and I have many enemies. When I found your village, I did not realize I had been followed. I led them to you. He closes his eyes, a muscle feathering in his jaw. The guilt of that. It is a burden I will carry for the rest of my immortal life. I did not tell you because I could not bear to see the hope in your eyes turn to fear of me. It is my failure, my fault, and I am sorry. The shimmer around him intensifies, a thick, cloying thing. He is lying. But the performance, the raw guilt, the self-loathing, it is a masterpiece. He is not just telling a lie, he is wrapping it in the truth of his own pain, making it impossible to separate the two. My empathetic heart aches for the burden he claims to carry. My mind screams at me to see the deception. The two warring impulses leave me paralyzed. It was not your fault, I find myself saying. The words are balm for his pain and for my own confusion. It was theirs. They are the monsters, not you. He looks at me, and for an instant, the sorrow is so profound, I think he might weep. Your capacity for forgiveness is a light in a very dark world, he murmurs. He places his hand over mine, his cool fingers wrapping around my own. But we cannot stay here. The scent of my blood will draw scavengers, and there are others. He pushes himself off the wall, his movements stiff. He needs no further explanation. I can feel it too, a new and different threat slithering through the darkness. He leads the way deeper into the ravine, which soon narrows and becomes the mouth of a cavern. The air grows colder, heavier, tasting of wet stone and decay. The only sounds are the drip, drip, drip of water from unseen stalactites and the soft scrape of our boots on the rock. The cavern opens into a vast cathedral-like chamber. The darkness is absolute, a thick, living thing that seems to swallow the faint light from the entrance. In the centre of the chamber is a chasm, a black, gaping wound in the earth, too wide to jump. But a path, a narrow bridge of smooth, pale stone, seems to stretch across it, leading to another tunnel on the far side. It glows with a faint, welcoming light, a promise of safe passage. It is beautiful. And it is the most terrifying lie I have ever seen. The pressure behind my eyes is instantaneous, a blinding, crushing agony. The entire stone bridge is a lie. It shimmers and writhes, a mirage of safety over an abyss of death. The air around it is thick with a magical deceit, so potent it makes me want to vomit. Raziel, his hand still pressed to his bleeding side, his senses focused on the Vrakan scent he is tracking, does not see it. He takes a step toward the bridge. Raziel, no! The scream is torn from my lungs, a raw, primal sound that echoes off the cavern walls. He freezes, his foot hovering over the edge of the chasm. He turns to me, his expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. It is a trap, I cry, pointing with a trembling hand. The bridge, it is not real. It is a lie. As I speak the words, as I focus the full force of my will on the deception, something inside me snaps. The pressure in my head explodes outward. The shimmering mirage of the stone bridge wavers, flickers, and then shatters like a pane of glass. The sound of it a high, ringing chime that hurts my ears. Where the bridge had been, there is now only the vast, empty blackness of the chasm. On the far side, her illusion broken, a figure is revealed. It is a female Vrakan, her skin as pale as Raziel's, her eyes burning red in the darkness. She is beautiful, and she is radiating an aura of pure, murderous intent. She hisses, a sound like snakes and broken glass, momentarily stunned by the violent unravelling of her magic. That moment is all Raziel needs. He ignores the pain in his side, ignores me, and launches himself into the air. His wings catch an unseen current, and he soars across the chasm, his sword a silver blur in his hand. The female Vrakan, her trick revealed and her surprise turning to fury, draws two wicked curved daggers and meets his charge. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks, their battle a deadly, silent ballet in the heart of the mountain. She is fast, but he is faster. He presses his attack, his movements a fluid storm of violence. The assassin, clearly outmatched in a direct confrontation, throws a black crystalline object to the ground. It explodes in a cloud of thick, disorienting smoke. When it clears, she is gone, her hateful hiss echoing from the deeper tunnels. The immediate danger is over. The silence that descends is absolute. Raziel lands on the edge of the chasm, his back to me. He stands there for a long moment, his wings still flared, his body tense. Then, slowly, he turns. The pain from his wound seems forgotten. The fury of the fight has vanished. His face is stripped of all its masks, all its carefully constructed lies and tragic sorrows. He stares at me, his dark, bottomless eyes wide. His cold calculation is gone, replaced instead by a raw, unguarded expression I have never seen before. It's not the look one gives a tool or a pawn in a game. It is genuine shock and a terrifying, profound fascination.
Chapter 9. Raziel. The assassin is gone, a fading scent of blood and fury in the deep tunnels. The cavern has plunged back into a silence that is somehow deeper, more absolute than before. It is the silence of a hell breath, of a world waiting for a verdict. My own breath is a harsh sound in my ears, my lungs burning from the exertion. The fire in my side is a steady, insistent throb. But the pain is a distant star, a minor celestial event in a cosmos that has just been fundamentally altered. I turn, my movements slow, deliberate. My gaze crosses the black, silent wound of the chasm to where she stands. Tawana. She is small, a fragile silhouette against the cavern's distant mouth. Her arms are wrapped around herself, and even from this distance I can see she is trembling. But it is not her fear that holds me captive. It is the lingering echo of her power. What I just witnessed was not the passive trick of a Purna bloodline. It was not a mere perception of truth. It was an act of will. She did not just see the illusion. She reached out with her mind and tore it to shreds. The assassin was Celine's creature, a Vrakan of considerable skill, her deceptions woven from the raw magic of the deep earth. And this girl, with this untrained, unassuming human, shattered her work like a child breaking a toy. I crossed the chasm in a single silent beat of my wings, landing before her without a sound. She flinches, her wide, terrified eyes meeting mine. The raw power that had blazed from them moments ago is gone, now replaced by a familiar human vulnerability. How did you do that? The question is a demand, sharper than I intend. I need to understand. I need to categorize. I need to regain control of the variables. I do not know. Her voice is a thread of sound. There was a pressure in my head. The bridge was a lie, and it was hurting me to look at it. I just pushed back. She speaks of unraveling ancient Vrakan magic as if it were a stubborn knot in a piece of string. The sheer untamed potential of it is staggering. She is not a key that simply fits a lock. She is a battering ram that can shatter the entire door. The matriarchs, with their obsession over pure bloodlines and controlled ritualistic magic, would see her as an abomination, a threat to be dissected and destroyed. A fresh wave of pain lances through my side, and I grit my teeth, my hand instinctively going to the wound. It comes away slick and warm, with my own shimmering silver-dark blood. The world tilts for a moment, a gray haze creeping at the very edges of my vision. I have not been this injured in over a century. I lean against the cavern wall, my body suddenly heavy. I need to tend to this. Now. I pulled the torn, blood-soaked fabric of my tunic away from the gash. The axe blade bit deep, cleaving through muscle. My immortal healing has already begun its slow, meticulous work, but the process requires energy, and I have expended too much. Tawana takes a hesitant step closer. It is worse than I thought. Her gaze is fixed on the wound, her expression a mixture of horror and a strange, fierce concern. You need to clean it. We need to stop the bleeding. I am aware. I bite out, my control fraying. The proximity of her, the scent of her, clean, warm, and uniquely human, is a distraction I cannot afford. She tears another, cleaner strip from her dress. Let me help. The offer is so simple, so guileless, and it is the most dangerous thing in this cavern. My gaze falls to her hands, to the small, half-healed cut on her palm from the thorny vine earlier. A single, perfect bead of red blood has welled on the surface of her skin. The scent of it hits me like a Protheka-shattering earthquake. It is not the cloying, coppery smell of the minotaur blood that still stains my skin. It is sweet. It is intoxicating. It is the scent of life, of warmth, of the sun-drenched world she came from. A cold, sharp ache stabs into my gums. My canines lengthen, a primal, involuntary response that I've not had to fight in centuries. The hunger, the true, deep thirst of my kind awakens from its long slumber, a cold serpent uncoiling in the pit of my being. I turn my head away from her sharply, my jaw clenched so tightly it aches. I stare at the damp, uninteresting rock of the cavern wall, focusing on the intricate patterns of mineral deposits, on anything other than the maddening scent of her blood. Control. The word is a mantra, a shield. I am Raziel. I am ambition and intellect. I am not a mindless beast, ruled by base instinct. But the instinct is tangled with something else now. Something new and infinitely more terrifying. As I fight the primal urge to feed, another, different kind of hunger rises to meet it. It is the memory of her defiant cry as she threw the burning branch, the image of her face, pale and determined, as she screamed my name, the echo of her power, a wild and beautiful song in the ether. Admiration, physical attraction. These are mortal feelings, weaknesses, and they are flooding my senses, mixing with the rock-and thirst, until I can no longer tell them apart. I want to taste her blood. I want to taste her lips. The two desires have become one, a monstrous, terrifying craving that threatens to consume what is left of my control. Raziel? Her voice is soft, hesitant, full of a concern I do not deserve. Are you all right? Stay back! I managed to grind out, the words tasting like rust and ash. I cannot let her see me like this. I cannot let her see the fangs, the predator that lurks just beneath the skin of the Savior. But she does not listen. She never listens. She reaches out, her small, warm hand gently touching my uninjured side, her fingers brushing against the cool leather of my armor. You saved me, she whispers. Please, let me help you. Our eyes locked as her simple touch sends a jolt through my entire being. It is not the spark of her power, nor the shock of an enemy's blade. It is something else entirely. A current of pure, unadulterated heat that bypasses the pain in my side and goes straight to my core. It is a fire that threatens to burn my centuries of careful calculation to ash, and I am utterly, terrifyingly unprepared for the inferno.
Chapter 10. Tawana. The warmth of his skin vanishes, leaving my fingertips cold and tingling with the ghost of his skin. He recoils as if burned, turning his back on me so abruptly the motion stirs the still cavern air. The wall he presents is one of broad, powerful shoulders, framed by the elegant drape of his midnight wings. It is a wall of absolute rejection. The wound is clean, he says, his voice flat, devoid of all the tragic warmth it held moments before. That is sufficient. The dismissal is like a knife to the gut. a slap of ice against my skin. I stand there, my hand still tingling, my heart a confused, aching thing in my chest. One moment I was looking into a chasm of ancient loneliness, a vulnerability that felt more real than anything in my life. The next, a door has been slammed shut, leaving me alone in the cold darkness with the echo of a connection that he now pretends never happened. My first instinct is to retreat, to curl into myself and nurse the fresh, stinging hurt. But the girl who would have done that was burned away in the fires of my village. I look at the gash in his side, still weeping his strange, silver-dark blood. My compassion, my stubborn, foolish empathy, wars with my wounded pride. And the compassion wins. He is still hurt. He still needs me. I take a deep, steadying breath and step forward, a clean strip of cloth still in my hand. It is not sufficient, I say, my voice firmer than I expect. It needs to be bound tightly, or it will not heal correctly. Even as I say it, I wonder if a creature like him even heals in the same way a human does. He does not turn, but I see the muscles in his back tense. My healing is not your concern. You made it my concern when you bled for me. I am beside him now, my movements deliberate. I will not be dismissed like a child. I reach around him, pressing the cloth firmly against the wound. He lets out a sharp, involuntary hiss of pain, and a grim satisfaction flickers within me. Good. Let him feel something other than his cold, distant control. I work in silence, my fingers brushing against the cool, smooth skin of his torso. The heat of him is a palpable thing, a furnace banked low. I focus on the task, on the mechanics of tying a firm, secure knot, on anything other than the terrifying magnetic pull he exerts on my senses. The silence stretches, thick and heavy with unspoken things. I have to break it. I have to understand the creature who builds walls faster than I can see them. What is it like? The question is a whisper, almost lost in the vastness of the cavern. His gaze remains fixed on the far wall. What do you mean? To be immortal. To live so long that a wound like this is just an annoyance. I tie off the bandage, my knuckles brushing against the hard plane of his stomach. A tremor runs through him, and I quickly pull my hands away. To see so much. Have you always been alone? A flicker of something, pain, surprise, crosses his perfect features before it is gone, replaced now by a faint, tragic smile that does not reach his eyes. It is the mask of the charming saviour, but it seems ill-fitting now, like a costume he has grown weary of wearing. The air around him shimmers faintly with the ghost of a lie. Loneliness is the price of eternity, Tawana, he says in a low, melodic murmur. To watch the world change, to see civilizations rise and fall, like the turning of the seasons. It is an isolating existence. There are few who can comprehend it. He is deflecting. He is giving me a beautiful, poetic answer that says nothing at all. But beneath the practiced words, beneath the shimmering deceit, I see it again. Just for a moment, as his gaze drifts past me into the oppressive darkness of the cavern, I see a flicker of an ancient, profound loneliness. It is a vast and empty thing, a chasm far deeper than the one that splits this cavern floor. It is the desolation of a star burning alone in an infinite empty sky. The sight of it, the sheer crushing weight of it, makes my own heart ache in sympathy. The fear I hold for him, the terrifying awe, is suddenly tempered by a wave of pure, unadulterated compassion. He is a monster. He is a killer. He is my saviour. And he is utterly, completely alone. My hand, of its own accord, lifts from his wound. My fingers, stained with his shimmering blood, gently touch his jaw. His skin is like cool marble, but a tremor runs through him at my touch. His dark eyes snap back to mine, wide with a surprise that feels, for the first time, entirely genuine. The air between us crackles, the tension shifting from that of a predator and its prey to something else, something far more dangerous. His gaze drops to my lips, and the breath stops in my chest. The cavern, the wound, the danger lurking in the tunnels beyond, it all fades away. There is only the heat of his skin beneath my fingertips, the bottomless darkness of his eyes, and the sudden, terrifying realization that I am not afraid of him. Not anymore. As if my touch has burned him, he recoils. He pulls away from me so abruptly that I stumble back a step. His face, which a moment ago held a universe of unguarded loneliness, is now a mask of cold, impenetrable stone. The warmth, the connection, the fragile, fledgling trust, it all vanishes as if it had never been. He turns his back on me, his broad shoulders a wall of rejection. "The wound is bound," he says, his voice flat, devoid of all the tragic warmth it held moments before. That is sufficient. The dismissal is so loud, a slap against my ear. I stand there, my hand still tingling from the feel of him, my heart a confused, aching thing in my chest. The silence returns, but it is different now. It is not the silence of a moment we shared. It is the silence of a door being slammed shut, leaving me alone in the cold.
Chapter 11. Raziel. Her touch is a brand, a searing imprint of warmth and light against the ancient cold of my being. I turn away from her, a wall of shadow and rejection, but the sensation lingers. It is a phantom heat on my skin, a ghost of a connection that I must exercise. The silence in the cavern is absolute, broken only by the drip of water and the frantic, furious beating of my heart. A heart I had long considered a purely functional organ. I am furious, not with the assassin who escaped, nor with the minotaurs who wounded me. I am furious with myself. For a single, insane moment, I allowed a crack to form in the armor I have spent centuries perfecting. I allowed her to see a weakness, a flicker of a loneliness I'd buried so deep I had convinced myself it no longer existed. Her compassion was not a balm. It was a solvent threatening to dissolve the very foundations of my ambition. Emotion is a disease, a mortal failing. It is the rot that brought the Vrakan matriarchs to their knees, making them paranoid and predictable. It is a liability I cannot afford. She is a tool. Her power is a key. Her heart is a complication I must disregard. I force the litany into my mind, a cold, sharp creed to counter the unfamiliar warmth spreading through my veins. We move, I say, my voice flat and hard as the stone around us. I do not look at her. I cannot. The assassin will return with her coven. This place is no longer safe. I push off from the wall, ignoring the sharp protest from the wound in my side. The pain is a welcome anchor, a reminder of the physical, manageable world. It is the other, nameless ache that terrifies me. For the next 5 days I build the wall between us higher, stone by deliberate stone. We travel through the deep, winding tunnels of the Vrakan's ancient domain. The air is heavy and damp, smelling of decay and dormant magic. It is the place of my history, a home I abandoned, and its oppressive familiarity is a fitting backdrop for the coldness I now project. I speak to her only when necessary, my words clipped, functional. We will rest here. Eat this. Keep moving. Each statement is a shield. My formal, precise language, once a mere habit of my station, is now a weapon I wield against her. It is a declaration of the chasm between us. I am immortal. She is human. I am the master of this quest. She is a component, nothing more, but she is a persistent, infuriating light in the oppressive dark. She does not complain about the grueling pace, nor the cold, nor the meager rations of dried meat and hard bread. She simply endures, her quiet resilience a constant, unspoken challenge to my cruelty. On the third day, as we navigate a treacherous crumbling ledge, a pack of rodent, vicious cat-sized rats with teeth that can chew through stone, swarm from a fissure in the rock. They are not a true threat, but they are a nuisance. Before I can even draw my blade, Tawana lets out a small cry and shoves me forward, putting her own body between me and the lead creature as it leaps. The action is so instinctual, so suicidally protective, that it stops the breath in my chest. I dispatch the creatures with a contemptuous wave of my hand, a pulse of pure force that sends them squealing back into the darkness. But the image of her, small and fragile, standing as a shield for me, is seared into my mind. "That was foolish," I say in a low snarl. "You are the asset. Your safety is paramount. Do not risk yourself again." She flinches at the coldness in my tone, but her chin lifts. "You are injured. You are not at your full strength. I won't be a liability." Her words are a lash. She is not a liability. She is the mission, and she's a distraction of such magnitude that she threatens to derail centuries of planning. The nights are the worst. I do not require sleep in the same way she does, only a state of rest to allow my healing to continue. I watch her as she sleeps, curled up near the small, smokeless fire I create with a flicker of will. She looks impossibly young, impossibly fragile. The firelight softens the determined set of her jaw, catches in the wild tangle of her dark curls. The hunger returns. Not the Vrocken thirst for her blood, which is a constant, manageable ache at the back of my throat, but the other, newer hunger. The craving for the warmth in her eyes, the memory of her touch, the sound of her voice when she whispers my name. I find myself cataloging the small details of her existence, the way she worries the loose thread on her sleeve when she is deep in thought, the soft, wordless melody she hums when she believes I am not listening, the way her brow furrows when she senses a subtle shift in the magical currents of the caverns. This is madness. This is the path to ruin. Akeldama did not choose me for my sentimentality. He chose me for my ambition, for my singular, ruthless focus. The heart will make me a god, an endless power. What is one mortal girl compared to the promise of ultimate power? On the 5th day, we emerge from the tunnels onto a high, windswept plateau in the mountains of Pref. The air is thin and cold, and a perpetual twilight seems to cling to the jagged peaks. We are close. I can feel the thrum of the pocket realm and the wild spawned, a low, powerful vibration in the very bones of the mountain. We make camp in the shelter of a towering rock formation that looks like a clawed hand reaching for the sky. The tension between us has become a suffocating thing, a third presence in our small camp. I see the hurt in her eyes, the confusion. She has tried in her quiet way to breach the wall I have built, a shared piece of bread, a question about the stars, a simple, hopeful smile. I have rebuffed every attempt. Now, as I stare into the fire, my thoughts on the final steps of my quest, she approaches. She holds out a small, intricately carved piece of wood. "I found this by the stream," she says, her voice soft. "It looks like one of the pavo from the forest. I thought you might like it. It's a peace offering. A gesture of such simple, unadorned kindness that it feels like a noose around my neck." I look from the small, perfect carving in her hand to her face. Her expression is open, hopeful, vulnerable. She is offering me a bridge across the chasm I have so carefully created, and I must burn it to the ground. I need her focused. I need her afraid. I need her to remember that I am her protector, not her friend. I need to sever this connection before it severs my ambition. I let my gaze sweep over the carving with cold, dismissive appraisal. Then I meet her eyes, and I let the full, ancient coldness of my being bleed into my own. I choose my words with the precision of a torturer selecting his instruments. "Why would I have any interest in a mortal's sentimental trinkets?" I ask, my voice devoid of all warmth, all inflection. "Your purpose is to guide me to the heart. You are a key, Tawana. Nothing more. Do not mistake my protection for affection. It is a matter of necessity, not choice." The hope in her eyes dies. It is a swift, brutal execution. The light vanishes, replaced by a shattered, wounded darkness. Her hand, the one holding the small wooden bird, falls to her side. She says nothing. She does not need to. The sound of her heart breaking is the loudest thing in the silence of the mountains. She turns and walks back to her side of the fire, her back ramrod straight, her movements stiff with a pain I have deliberately, masterfully inflicted. I have won. I have re-established the distance. I have protected my mission. So why does this victory taste so much like ash?
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 12. Tawana. The sky breaks. One moment it is a bruised twilight purple, the next it is a churning sea of black clouds that swallow the jagged peaks of Preface. The wind, which had been a low, mournful sigh, becomes a shrieking physical force that tears at my cloak and rips the breath from my lungs. Rain begins to fall, not in drops, but in icy, wind-driven sheets that sting my skin and plaster my hair to my face in seconds. "We must find shelter," I shout over the rising howl of the storm, my words snatched away by the wind. Raziel does not answer. He simply grabs my arm, his grip like an iron manacle, and pulls me along. His coldness has been a wall between us for 5 days, a silent, brutal punishment for a crime I do not understand. Now, that coldness is a terrifying, focused energy. He moves with a desperate urgency, his silver hair whipping around his face, his dark eyes scanning the unforgiving landscape. The ground becomes a treacherous river of mud and loose scree. My boots slip, and I would have fallen 12 times if not for his unyielding grip. He is a force of nature in his own right, pulling me through the heart of the storm as if he is a part of it. A new sound joins the tempest's symphony. It is a roar, a sound so deep and ancient, it seems to come from the very bones of the mountain. It is not the guttural bellow of a minotaur, nor the hateful hiss of a vraken. This is the sound of something vast, something territorial, something that has just been woken and is very, very hungry. Raziel freezes. Every line of his body goes taut with a predatory stillness that makes the storm around us seem like a gentle breeze. His head lifts, his nostrils flaring as he tastes the air. The look on his face, illuminated by a sudden, violent flash of lightning, is not one of confidence or control. It is a look of grim, primal recognition. "What was that?" I whisper, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. "Leviathan," he says, the single word a death sentence. Before I can process the name, the roar comes again, closer this time, echoing from the cliffs above us. It is followed by the sound of shattering rock. I look up, and in the next flash of lightning, I see it. A serpentine body, covered in scales that glitter like wet obsidian, clings to the cliff face. Its head is leonine, framed by a mane of dark, wet fur, and its mouth is a cavern of dagger-like teeth. It is a nightmare given form, a creature from the darkest corners of Protheka's legends. Its head swivels, and its eyes, glowing with a malevolent internal fire, lock onto us. "Run!" Raziel snarls, and the word is not a command, but a desperate, raw imperative. He does not wait for me to obey. He half drags, half carries me, his powerful strides eating up the treacherous ground. The Leviathan lets out another roar, a sound of triumphant fury, and launches itself from the cliff. The beat of its vast bat-like wings is a thunder that shakes the very air we breathe. We are scrambling over slick, moss-covered boulders, the rain a blinding curtain. I can hear the creature behind us, the sound of its massive claws scrabbling against the rock, the hot, foul stench of its breath washing over us. It is toying with us. It is a cat, and we are the mice. My lungs are on fire. My legs are leaden. I stumble, my ankle twisting painfully beneath me. A cry of pain is torn from my lips. Raziel does not stop. He scoops me into his arms without breaking stride, my body held tight against his chest. I am weightless, a mere trifle to his immortal strength. I bury my face against his shoulder, the cold leather of his armour a strange, solid comfort against the chaos. I can feel the powerful, frantic beat of his heart against my cheek, a rhythm that is as wild and untamed as the storm itself. "There!" he shouts, his voice a raw command by my ear. I lift my head. Ahead of us, a dark, narrow fissure splits the rock face, a jagged wound in the mountainside no wider than a man's shoulders. It is a cave, a shelter, a tomb. The Leviathan roars, a sound of finality. It is done playing. I can feel the heat of its approach on my back. Raziel puts on a final burst of impossible speed. He throws us into the fissure, our bodies scraping against the rough, wet stone. We tumble into the darkness, landing in a heap on the cavern floor, just as the Leviathan's massive, leonine head slams into the rock face outside, its enraged roar muffled by the stone. For a long moment, we do not move. We tangle together in the absolute pitch-black darkness, our ragged breaths the only sound. The roar comes again, a frustrated, furious thing, followed by the sound of claws scraping, scrabbling at the narrow entrance. It cannot get in. We are safe. Slowly, painfully, Raziel untangles himself from me. He rises to his knees, and I can hear the sharp, hissing intake of his breath as the movement jars his still healing wound. I push myself into a sitting position, my entire body aching, my ankles screaming in protest. The darkness is total. It is not the simple absence of light. It is a thick, heavy presence that presses in on all sides. The air is cold and damp, smelling of wet earth, stone, and something else. Something ancient and sorrowful. It is the scent of a place that has not known the sun for a very, very long time. This is his world. The sounds from outside fade, the Leviathan's roars growing more distant as it gives up and returns to its hunt. The storm still rages, but its fury is a muted, distant thing. We are left in a silence that is somehow more terrifying. I can feel him, a few feet away from me in the darkness. He has not moved. He is a statue of coiled, silent tension. This place, this darkness, it is affecting him. The cold, impenetrable wall he has built around himself is still there, but I can feel the tremors running through it, in the space we share. He is not the calm, calculating immortal now. He is a man haunted by the very air he breathes. My fear of the dark, of the enclosed space, is a cold knot in my stomach. But my fear for him is a sharper, more insistent thing. I find myself crawling toward the faint heat of his body, an instinctual moth-like pull toward the only other living soul in this abyss. My hand brushes against his arm, and he goes rigid, a tremor running through the powerful muscles beneath his skin. "Raziel?" I whisper, my voice small in the vast, oppressive dark. He does not answer, but I can feel it. The loneliness I saw in his eyes before, it is not just in him now. It is in the very stone around us. It is the air we are breathing. He is not just in a cavern. He is in a tomb of his own making, surrounded by the ghosts of a life he fled centuries ago. The silence stretches, filled with the drip of water and the frantic pulsing of my own heart. I have to understand. I have to know the source of the pain that radiates from him like a palpable aura. In the oppressive, absolute silence of his ancestral home, I ask the question that has been burning in my heart since the moment he turned his back on me. Why are you so determined to be alone?
Chapter 13. Raziel. Why are you so determined to be alone? The question, a soft whisper in the absolute dark, is not a question. It is a key. It is the key she was always meant to be, but it does not unlock the path to the heart of the very Wildspawn. It unlocks the cage I've built around my own. For 500 years, no one has asked. No one has dared. To be Vrocken is to be an island of cold, solitary pride. To be the outcast I am is to be a continent of desolation. I've cultivated my solitude like a rare and poisonous flower. It is my shield, my strength, my religion. And she, with her gentle, human voice, has just taken a blade to its roots. The control I have maintained for centuries does not fray. It does not bend. It shatters. I move. The darkness is my element, and I cross the space between us without a sound. One moment she is a faint warmth in the abyss. The next I have her pinned against the cold, weeping stone of the cavern wall. Raziel, what? Her gasp is a sharp, startled sound, swallowed by the oppressive silence as my mouth crashes down on hers. The kiss is not a kiss. It is an invasion. It is a brutal, silencing thing, meant to punish her for seeing me, for daring to look past the monster and glimpse the desolation within. My lips are hard against hers, my teeth grazing her skin. A claim of ownership, a declaration of control. I'm trying to reassert the roles. I am the predator. She is the prey. I am the master. She is the tool. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 14. Tawana. The darkness he leaves behind curls around me, a crushing weight that presses down on me. He is gone, fled into the storm, away from me. I might as well be worse than the monsters outside in his eyes. I am a heap on the cold, damp stone floor. My torn clothes a useless tangle around my legs. My body is a confusing battlefield of sensation. A deep, humming pleasure still echoes in my blood, a warmth that has little to do with the frigid air. But my skin stings where it scraped against the rough cavern wall, and a deeper ache, a profound, hollow sorrow settles in my heart. He took me with a violence that should have terrified me, a desperation that should have felt like a violation, and it did. But it was not that simple. I saw the agony in his eyes. I felt the loneliness that drove him, and my own body, my own traitorous heart, had answered his darkness with a light I had no idea I possessed. I had met his storm and had not broken. Slowly, painfully, I pull my torn clothes around myself, the rough fabric a poor shield against the sudden biting cold. The silence of the cavern is absolute now, broken only by the distant rage of the storm and the steady, rhythmic drip of water from the ceiling. Each drop is a tick of a clock, measuring out the seconds of my abandonment. What was that? Was it just lust? A moment of weakness for a creature who claims to have none? Or was it something more? The memory of his voice, raw and broken as he chanted my name, is a brand on my soul. No, it was not simple. It was a cataclysm, an earthquake that has shattered the landscape between us, and I do not know if we can ever find our way back to each other. My fingers find the thread on my sleeve. It is still there, a small, familiar anchor. I twist it, the rough texture a comfort against the turmoil in my mind. An hour passes, or maybe it is an eternity. I lose track of time in the suffocating darkness. I huddle against the wall, my knees drawn to my chest, listening to the storm and my frantic heartbeat. He is not coming back. The thought is a cold, hard stone in my gut. He took what he wanted and left me. I am alone, in the heart of this place, a place of monsters and ghosts. Just as the last of my hope begins to wither, a shadow darkens the narrow entrance to the cave. Raziel is a silhouette against the violent, lightning-strobed backdrop of the storm. He is drenched, his silver hair plastered to his face, the fine fabric of his tunic clinging to the hard planes of his body. He refuses to look at me. He stands there for a long moment, a creature caught between two worlds, the wild fury of the storm behind him and the suffocating silence of the cavern before him. Then he moves. He enters the cave, his steps silent, and tosses something that lands with a soft thud at my feet. In the faint, ambient light filtering from the entrance, I can see what it is. A handful of pale, luminous fungi that grow in the deepest parts of these caverns, and a cluster of dark, glistening berries. Food. Eat. The word is a command, not a request. It is flat, hard, devoid of all emotion. He turns his back on me, moving to the far side of our small, dark prison, putting as much distance between us as the space will allow. He is a statue of coiled, silent tension, his broad shoulders a wall I cannot breach. He is taking care of me. The thought is a small, fragile thing, a single spark in the overwhelming darkness. He fled from me, from what happened between us, but he did not abandon me. He went out into the storm, past the lair of a leviathan, to find me food. My hand trembles as I reach for the offering. The berries are sweet, bursting on my tongue with a flavour of rich earth and deep, wild things. The fungi are strange, with a texture like soft meat and a clean, nutty taste. I eat, my hunger a dull ache that I had not noticed until now. As I eat, I watch him. He has not moved. He is staring at the cavern wall, as if it holds the answers to 1,000 unspoken questions. And then my knack activates. The air around him begins to shimmer. It is not the faint, oily distortion of a simple lie. This is a maelstrom, a violent, churning vortex of shimmering deceit that surrounds him like an aura. He is a living, breathing lie, the lie of his indifference, the lie of his coldness, the lie of his control. Beneath that shimmering wall of deception, I can feel it, a turmoil so profound, so agonizing, it is a silent scream in the ether. He is not a calm, calculating immortal. He is a man at war with his own soul. And I am the battlefield. The knowledge settles in my heart, not with a sense of triumph, but with a deep, aching sorrow. He is not cruel for the sake of cruelty. He is cruel because he is terrified. He is building walls not to keep me out, but to keep himself in. I finish the last of the berries, the sweetness a strange contrast to the bitterness of my thoughts. I want to go to him. I want to touch him. I want to tell him that he does not have to fight alone, but I'm sure that has very little to do with my psionic gift, that if I do, he will only flee again. He is a wild, wounded thing, and any move I make will be perceived as a threat. So I give him the only thing I can, the only thing he seems to desperately, silently be begging for: space. I finish my meagre meal and ask a question I know he will not truly answer. A question about the world outside. A safe question. Is the Leviathan gone? He does not turn. The storm drove it to its lair. We are safe for now. His voice is still flat, but I can hear the faint tremor of exhaustion beneath the iron control. And the storm? It will break by morning. He finally turns his head, his dark eyes meeting mine across the small expanse of the cave. The shimmer of his lie is a painful, beautiful thing to behold. Eat, sleep. We move at first light. He turns back to the wall, the conversation over. I do not press him. I do not ask about what happened between us. I do not ask about the war raging inside him. I simply obey. I curl up on the cold stone floor, my torn dress a poor blanket, and close my eyes. I will give him this night. I will give him his silence, his distance, his lies. But I know, as I drift into an uneasy sleep, that the storm inside this cavern is far more dangerous than the one raging outside. And when the morning comes, we will have to walk back into it together.
Chapter 15. Raziel. The aftermath of the cavern is a fragile, frozen silence. The storm has passed, leaving the world scoured clean and glittering under the twin moons. We move through this broken, beautiful landscape, the air between us thick with the ghosts of what happened in the dark. I've not touched her. I've barely looked at her. The memory of her body, warm and yielding against mine, is a brand I can feel with every step. The memory of my own loss of control is a shame that tastes like ash. She walks behind me, her steps quiet but steady. The weariness is a shadow in her eyes, but her spirit, that infuriating, resilient light, has not been extinguished. It has simply withdrawn, a flame cupped carefully against the wind of my cruelty. We are climbing now, leaving the relative shelter of the lower valleys for the high, windswept passes of Protheka. The air thins, growing colder, and the landscape becomes a brutalist sculpture of black rock and ancient, hardy trees that cling to the mountainside like desperate supplicants. We are close. The thrum of the wild spawn is a low, constant vibration in my bones, a siren song of power that has called to me across the centuries. It should be a triumphant feeling. Instead, it is a hollow ache. How much longer? Her voice is the first sound to break the silence in hours. It is quiet, laced with an exhaustion that is more than just physical. I do not stop. I do not turn. Soon, I say, my voice flat, a stone dropping into a deep well. It will all be over soon. The words are meant to be a promise of the end of her ordeal, but in my own mind they are a prayer for the end of this torment. Soon, I will have the heart. Soon, I will have the power I have sought. Soon, this maddening, consuming distraction will be a memory, a regrettable but necessary casualty of my ambition. We round a sharp bend in the narrow mountain path, a sheer drop to our left, and a wall of unyielding rock to our right. And then, I freeze. They are simply there. There was no sound, no warning. One moment the path was empty. The next, it is blocked by 5 figures. They are Vraken, my kind, and they are all female. They stand like statues carved from moonlight and murder, their pale skin luminous in the gloaming, their dark eyes holding the cold emptiness of the void. They wear the tight black leather of the matriarch's personal guard, their silver hair braided with obsidian beads. The Coven. The one in the center steps forward. Celine. Her beauty is a sharp, cruel thing, honed over 1,000 years of intrigue and bloodshed. A faint, condescending smile plays on her lips. Her eyes, blacker than the chasm in the cavern, are fixed on me. Raziel, she says, her voice a silken caress that is more dangerous than any blade. It has been a long time. The matriarchs were beginning to worry you had faded into myth, like the rest of the true immortals. Behind me, I hear Tawana's sharp intake of breath. I subtly shift my position, placing my body more fully between her and the Coven. a useless, instinctual gesture. Selene, I incline my head, a gesture of respect that is a complete and utter lie. I did not realize the matriarchs had taken to sending welcome parties for their long-lost sons. Her laugh is a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across a tombstone. Do not play the fool. It does not suit you. You were never a son of the Coven. You were an accident, an anomaly, a thing born of chaos that should have been cleansed from the bloodline centuries ago. Her words are poison-tipped darts, designed to find the old wounds, but the wounds are so old they have become a part of me. And yet here I stand. For now, she says, her smile widening. She takes another step, her gaze sweeping over me, lingering on the still healing wound in my side. They know what you are seeking. They know why you seek it. They have feared this day since you were born. Feared what? I ask, voice a low, dangerous thing. That I might claim a power they are too weak, too diluted to control. Feared that you would unbalance everything, she hisses, her silken mask finally cracking to reveal the fanatic beneath. You, born of the wild spawn itself. You do not just wield magic, Raziel. You are part of it. A natural connection to the raw power of this world that our blood has not known since the first. The matriarchs rule through control, through order, through the careful doling out of power. You are chaos. You are a walking, breathing heresy, and they will not allow you to reach the heart. So, that is the truth of it. It is not just my ambition they fear. It is my very nature, my birthright. The thing that has made me an outcast is the very thing that makes me their greatest threat. A grim, humorless smile touches my own lips. A Keldama would find this irony delicious. Selene's gaze then slides past me, her eyes narrowing as they fall on Tawana. Her expression shifts, a look of contemptuous dismissal twisting her beautiful features. "And you have brought a pet with you?" she says, her voice dripping with disdain. "A little half-blooded Perna to sniff out the path for you. How clever, and how pathetic." A cold, white-hot rage, a fury far beyond anything I felt fighting the Minotaurs, ignites in my chest. But before I can speak, another voice, quiet but clear as a bell, cuts through the tense air. "I am not a pet." Tawana steps out from behind me. It is a small movement, but it's an act of defiance so profound it sends a shock through me. Her chin is lifted. Her eyes, though wide with a fear I can feel like a palpable aura, are steady. Her hand is at her side, her fingers gripping the loose thread on her sleeve so tightly her knuckles are white. Selene's eyebrows raise in genuine surprise, a flicker of amusement in her dark eyes. It speaks. "My name is Tawana," she says, her voice trembling slightly but refusing to break. "And I am no one's tool." The rage in my chest transforms, solidifying into something cold, hard, and absolute. Her bravery, her stupid, suicidal, magnificent bravery. It will get her killed. And the thought of that is a pain sharper than any axe blade. "Her name is Tawana," I snarl, my own voice a guttural echo of her defiance, a sound torn from my depths. Selene's amusement fades, replaced by a chilling focus. She takes another step, her eyes, cold and merciless, locking on Tawana. "It does not matter what you call it. It is a weakness, and it is the one thing standing between you and your ambition. We are here to remove it. For your own good, of course." She smiles, a flash of white teeth in the twilight. The matriarchs have decreed it. The Perna pet dies. And you, Raziel, will return to the fold where you can be managed. The 4 other Vrakan assassins fan out, their movements silent, coordinated. They draw their blades, the dark curved steel seeming to drink the last of the light from the sky. They are not looking at me. They are all looking at Tawana. They're going to kill her. They're going to kill her to stop me. to save me from myself. The absurdity of it, the sheer arrogant folly of it, would be laughable if it were not so deadly. My own blade is in my hand, the movement so fast it is a blur. I place myself directly in front of Tawana, my wings flaring, a shield of black leather and bone. "You can't touch her," I say. My voice is not the voice of the charming manipulator, nor the cold, calculating immortal. It's the voice of something far older, far more primal. Celine's smile is a thing of terrible beauty. "You have grown sentimental, old friend." It is a pity she raises her hand, a silent command. "It will be your undoing." The fight begins, and as the five of them move as one, a whirlwind of deadly silent grace, I know, with a cold, sinking certainty, that I am outmatched.
Chapter 16. Tawana. The world dissolves into a chaotic blur of motion. Raziel is a storm of silver and black, his blade a song of death against the 5 Vrakan assassins. They are a whirlwind of deadly grace, their curved daggers weaving a web of steel that seeks to ensnare him. I am a statue, frozen behind the shield of his body, the wind from his wings a slap against my body. He is magnificent and terrifying, a formidable presence, but the battle is slipping away from him. They are too many. They move as one, a single 5-headed serpent of lethal intent. For every assassin he drives back, 2 more press the attack. A shallow cut appears on his arm, weeping his strange silver-dark blood. Another opens on his cheek. He does not seem to notice, his face a twisted mask of cold, murderous fury. But his movements, once so fluid and effortless, are becoming strained. The one called Celine is their heart. She directs the attack with a flick of her wrist, a tilt of her head, her cruel, beautiful face, a mask of condescending amusement. She has not yet joined the fray, content to watch her coven wear him down. "You have grown slow, Raziel," she calls out, her voice a silken taunt over the shriek of clashing blades. "Has the company of mortals dulled your edge?" He does not answer, his focus absolute. He spins, his blade deflecting 2 strikes at once, his wing knocking a 3rd assassin off balance. He is fighting like a cornered god, a being of impossible power and grace. But even gods can be overwhelmed. Suddenly Celine moves. She does not draw a blade. She simply lifts her hand, her fingers splayed, and murmurs a word in a language that is all sharp edges and sibilant whispers. The air around Raziel shimmers, thickens, becomes a visible, oily distortion. He falters. His fluid, deadly dance becomes a clumsy, staggering retreat. His eyes, those bottomless voids of darkness, lose their focus. He looks past Celine, past the assassins, into a space I cannot see. A low, agonized sound is torn from his throat, a sound of such profound, ancient pain that it shatters something deep inside me. "What have you done to him?" I scream, my voice a thin, useless thread against the vast, cold silence of the mountains. Celine's laugh is a chilling, triumphant thing. "I have simply reminded him of his failures," she says, her gaze fixed on Raziel's torment. "The matriarchs he could not sway, the rivals he could not best, the centuries of solitude. An immortal's regrets are a potent poison, are they not?" Raziel stumbles back, his blade held loosely in his grip. He is no longer fighting them. He is fighting ghosts. His face is a mask of raw agony, his body trembling with the force of an unseen assault. An assassin sees her opening and lunges, her dagger aimed at his heart. Ice floods my veins. The world narrows to that single terrible point of light, the glint of steel moving toward the man who, for all his cruelty and immortality, has become the centre of my universe. My hand flies to my sleeve, my fingers closing around the familiar, frayed thread. I grip it, twisting it, pulling it, the small, rough texture a desperate anchor in a world that is dissolving into chaos. He is going to die. He is going to die, and it is my fault. They are here for me, They are killing him because of me. Number. The word is a silent scream in my mind, a rebellion, a declaration of war against the fate that is unfolding before me. The thread in my fingers, strained beyond its limits, snaps, and something inside my head breaks with it. The pressure that has been a dull ache behind my eyes for days ignites into a white-hot, blinding agony. It is a star being born in the centre of my skull, a force so immense it feels as if it will tear me apart from the inside out. The sounds of the fight, the howl of the wind, my own frantic heartbeat, it all fades to a dull, distant roar. The world dissolves, not into darkness but into a sea of shimmering, writhing lies. I see it all. I see the glamour on Selena's face, a subtle illusion that smooths away the faint lines of her true ancient age. I see the cloaking spells woven around her assassins, thin, shimmering veils of shadow that make their movements harder to track, their forms less distinct. And I see the thing she has wrapped around Raziel. It is not a memory, it is a cage, a prison of shimmering, malevolent energy, woven from his own regrets and powered by her cruel magic. It is a lie of the soul, the most potent and terrible kind of deceit. And it is killing him. My fear, my grief, my desperation, they all coalesce into a single burning point of focus. A purpose. Let him go. The thought is not a thought. It is a command. It is a shockwave of pure, untamed will that erupts from the core of my being. I feel something tear loose inside my mind, a floodgate breaking, and a torrent of raw, untamed power pours out of me. I reach out, not with my hands, but with my mind. I find the shimmering threads of Celine's illusionary cage, and I pull. The world shatters. A soundless, colourless explosion of pure, unadulterated truth erupts from me. It is a wave of psychic force that rips through the air, and everything it touches is stripped bare. Selena's glamour evaporates, revealing the faint, web-like lines of 1,000 years of cruelty around her eyes. The cloaking spells on her assassins are torn away, leaving them stark and exposed against the twilight sky. And the cage around Raziel's soul, that intricate prison of lies and regret, shatters into a million pieces of glistening, fading light. The backlash slams like a raging wave. The 5 Vrakan assassins cry out, stumbling back, their hands flying to their heads as the raw, psionic force washes over them. They are disoriented, their senses overwhelmed by the sudden, brutal purity of a world with no lies in it. The power drains from me as quickly as it came, leaving me a hollow, empty vessel. The strength vanishes from my limbs. The world, once a sea of shimmering light, goes dark. My knees buckle, and I collapse onto the cold, hard stone of the mountain path. The last thing I see before the darkness claims me completely is Raziel. He is standing over me, his eyes clear, his body radiating a fury that is colder and more absolute than the heart of a winter storm. He is free, and he is magnificent. He looks at the stunned, disoriented assassins, and then he looks down at me, his expression unreadable. All of a sudden, he moves, a blur of silver and black, using the momentary chaos I have created to bring the fight to its final, brutal end.
Chapter 17. Raziel. The world comes back into focus with the clarity of a freshly sharpened blade. The cage of lies Celine had woven around my mind is gone, shattered into a million glittering motes of fading magic. In its place is a silence, a purity of perception that is Tawana's gift to me. And in that silence, there is only rage. Celine and her coven are stumbling back, their hands pressed to their temples, their perfect Vrakan control broken by the raw psionic backlash. They are disoriented, vulnerable. An opportunity. Tawana lies at my feet, a crumpled heap of wool and unconscious courage. The sight of her, so still and fragile, is a lance of ice in my gut. They did this. They pushed her to this. My blade is a whisper as I move. This is not a battle. It is a cleansing. The first assassin is still shaking her head, trying to clear the psychic ringing from her senses. She does not see me coming until my sword has pierced her heart from behind. I feel the brief, hot shudder of her life extinguishing as I withdraw the blade. There's no satisfaction in it, only a cold, methodical purpose. The second looks up, her eyes wide with a dawning terror. She raises her daggers, but she is too slow. My wing, a shield of black leather and bone, slams into her, the impact shattering her ribs and sending her cartwheeling off the narrow path into the abyss below. Her scream is a thin, fleeting thing, quickly swallowed by the vast, empty sky. Celine has recovered. She is a blur of motion, retreating down the path, her two remaining assassins forming a desperate rear guard. Her eyes filled with a mixture of fury and a new, unwelcome flicker of fear. Meet mine. This changes nothing, Raziel, she spits, her voice a venomous hiss. The matriarchs will not allow this. You cannot protect her forever. Watch me, I say, and my voice doesn't sound like my own. It sounds like the ancient territorial predator that dwells in the heart of all my kind, a voice that has not been stirred for centuries. I do not pursue. To kill Celine now would be a temporary victory. To let her live, to let her carry the tale of what she has witnessed here back to the matriarchs, is a far more potent weapon. Let them fear the Purna girl. Let them fear the chaos she has unleashed. Let them fear me. My attention is already gone from them, their fleeting existence and irrelevance. I kneel beside Tawana, my movements suddenly careful, almost hesitant. I gather her into my arms. She is impossibly light, a fragile weight against the hard, cold shell of my being. Her head lolls against my shoulder, her face pale and still, her dark curls a wild, chaotic tangle against the stark white of my skin. There is no time. The scent of Vrakan blood and raw psionic magic will be a beacon in these mountains. I launch myself from the cliff, my wings catching the wind with a powerful driving beat. We soar into the cold, thin air of Pref, leaving the scene of the battle, the scent of death behind us. The world unfolds below, a breathtaking tapestry of jagged black peaks and deep, shadowed valleys under the light of the twin moons. I have flown these skies 1,000 times in my long, solitary existence. It has always been a flight of purpose, of escape, of travel from one point of ambition to the next. This is different. The fragile warmth of her body, seeping through the layers of her simple dress and my own tunic, is a foreign, unsettling sensation. The scent of her hair, a clean, human smell of herbs and wood smoke, fills my senses. I'm not merely transporting an asset. I'm holding a life that just saved my own. My mind, the cold, calculating engine that has guided my every action for 500 years, replays the moment of her power's awakening, the raw, untamed force of it. The way it tore through Celine's intricate, soul-deep illusion as if it were a child's parlor trick. I, the master of deceit, the student of the god of trickery himself, was ensnared in a lie, and she, with her pure, untutored gift of truth, set me free. The irony is a blade in my gut. The key I sought to use has become my salvation. I fly faster, my wings beating a powerful, desperate rhythm against the cold, thin air. I cannot take her to just any cave, any ruin. She needs a place of safety, a place of true sanctuary. There is only one such place I know, a secret I have kept for centuries, a remnant of a time before my ambition consumed me. I find the hidden waterfall, a silver curtain of water cascading down a sheer rock face into a bottomless alpine lake. It has stark, brutal beauty. I fly through the water, the icy shock a welcome distraction, and into the hidden grotto behind it. It is a perfect crystal cavern, the walls lined with veins of a pale, luminous mineral that cast a soft, ethereal glow on everything within. A small pool of crystal-clear water, fed by a gentle spring, dominates the center of the grotto. It is a place of profound, absolute silence, a pocket of peace in a world of chaos. I have not set foot in this place in over 200 years. I lay her down gently on a bed of soft, dry moss near the edge of the pool. She does not stir. Her breathing is shallow, her face pale as milk in the soft, glowing light. The power she unleashed has taken a terrible toll on her mortal body. I kneel beside her, my gaze tracing the lines of her face. The stubborn set of her jaw, the soft curve of her lips, the faint smattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose. I've looked at this face 1,000 times, always with the appraising eye of a general studying a map, a craftsman assessing a tool. Now I see it differently. I see the face of the girl who stood against a Vrakan assassin and declared, "I am not a pet." The girl whose first instinct upon seeing me wounded was not to run, but to help. The girl who shattered a prison of the mind with the sheer, unadulterated force of her will. She's not just a key. The thought is a heresy, a poison to the ambition that has sustained me for half a millennium. The heart of Wild Spont is within our grasp. My life's work. But a cold dread begins to seep into the edges of my certainty. Akeldama's games are never simple. My god is a connoisseur of cruel ironies, and the greatest power often requires the greatest price. A sacrifice. The thought is a venomous serpent coiling in my mind. What if she was never just the key to the lock? What if she's the price for the door to be opened at all? The thought of Celine's blade, of any blade, touching her, harming her. It fills me with a cold, black rage. A rage that is not born of a threat to my mission. Number. This is something else. This is not the anger of a thwarted plan. It is the primal, possessive fury of a dragon whose hoard has been threatened. My hand of its own accord lifts. It is treason against my own soul. My fingers, which have known only the cold feel of a sword's hilt and the fleeting warmth of a dying body, tremble slightly. I reach out, my touch as hesitant as a mortal's, and gently brush a stray, unruly curl from her face, tucking it behind her ear. The gesture is so simple, so uncalculated, so utterly foreign to my nature. It is a betrayal of my God, my ambition, my entire existence. It is a moment of pure, terrifying tenderness. And it feels more dangerous than any blade, more powerful than any artifact, more real than my own immortality.
Chapter 18. Tawana. I awaken to the sound of water. It is not the violent roar of the storm, but a gentle melodic sound, like a soft, continuous song. My body is aching, and a dull, throbbing exhaustion is a heavy blanket over my limbs. But the crushing, blinding pressure in my head is gone, leaving behind a strange, quiet clarity. I open my eyes. I am not on the cold, hard stone of the mountain path. I am lying on a bed of soft, springy moss in a place of impossible beauty. I am in a cavern, but it is not the oppressive, suffocating darkness of the Vrakan tunnels. This place is alive with light. The walls are lined with thick crystalline veins of a pale, luminous mineral, casting a soft, ethereal glow that reminds me of the twin moons, seen through a thin summer cloud. The air is cool and clean, smelling of damp earth and something else, something pure and ancient. In the centre of the grotto, a small pool of water, so clear it is almost invisible, is fed by a gentle spring that trickles from the heart of the glowing stone. It is a sanctuary, a place of profound, absolute peace. And he is here. Raziel is sitting on a low, flat rock near the edge of the pool, his back to me. He is shirtless, and in the grotto's soft light, I can see the clean white bandage I tied around his torso. His wings are folded, a mantle of midnight against the ghostly pale skin of his back. He is utterly still, a statue of terrible, breathtaking beauty carved from moonlight and shadow. He seems to be a part of this place, a creature born of its silent, magical light. I push myself into a sitting position, the movement sending a wave of dizziness through me. The sound, small as it is, breaks the grotto's perfect silence. He turns his head, and his gaze meets mine across the glowing cavern. My breath catches in my throat. The masks are gone. The charming, tragic saviour, the cold, distant immortal, the furious, desperate lover. They have all been stripped away. The Vraken who looks at me now is someone I have never seen before. His dark, bottomless eyes are stripped of all their usual artifice, and they are fixed on me with an intensity that is both terrifying and utterly captivating. It is the look of a scholar who has just stumbled upon a new, impossible star. He rises and moves toward me, his steps silent, his gaze never leaving mine. He kneels before me, and the proximity is a jolt to my senses. The air around him hums with a quiet, contained power. But the violent, churning shimmer of his lies is gone. For the first time since I met him, the air around Raziel is clear. How do you feel? His voice is a low murmur, a quiet vibration in the still air. Weak, I admit. My own voice a dry, rusty thing. My head, it feels empty. You expended a great deal of energy, he says. He reaches out and I flinch, a purely instinctual reaction. His hand freezes in the air between us for a heartbeat, then slowly, deliberately, he continues its path, his cool fingers gently brushing against my temple. His touch is not a claim, not a threat. It is a question, a gesture of such unexpected gentleness that tears spring to my eyes. What you did, it was not a simple trick, Tawana. I look at him, my heart a wild, frantic thing in my chest. What was it? What am I? He holds my stare, and the weight of his ancient knowledge, his ancient secrets, is a palpable thing. You are Perna. The word is foreign, yet it settles in my soul with the resonance of a long-forgotten truth. Perna. Your human ancestors were brought to this world centuries ago, he continues, his voice a low, steady anchor in the sea of my confusion. The magic of Protheka, the raw energy of the wild sponse, it awakened something that was dormant in their blood. A power that favours the female line, a power that allows you to see the world as it truly is. He withdraws his hand, and I feel an absurd, irrational sense of loss. The knack you have always felt, the shimmering you see around a falsehood, that is the passive manifestation of your gift, he explains. It is a psionic magic, the ability to perceive and to influence the thoughts and perceptions of others. What you did on the mountain, that was the first time you have actively wielded it. Celine's illusion was a cage woven from my own mind, my own regrets. It was a lie of the soul, and you shattered it. You reached into my mind and set me free. The breath leaves my lungs in a sharp hiss. I reached into his mind. The thought is a terrifying, intimate thing. I look at this ancient, powerful creature, and I see not a monster, but the man whose agony I felt, whose soul I touched. I did not know, I whisper, the words inadequate. I know. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. It is the first genuine smile I have ever seen from him, and it is a thing of devastating beauty. That is what makes it so remarkable. He pauses, and the admiration I see is a raw, unguarded thing, a fire that warms me to my very core. You are strong, Tawana. Stronger than you can possibly imagine. Stronger, I think, than even you know. His praise is not the condescending approval of a master for his tool. It is the genuine, awestruck respect of a warrior for an equal. And in that moment, something shifts inside me. The weight of being a burden, a liability, a fragile human girl who must be protected, lifts from my shoulders. I am not just the key. I am the hand that turns it. I am not a victim. I am a survivor. I am a weapon. For the first time since my world burned to ash, I feel a flicker of my own power. Not the wild, chaotic magic that burst from me on the mountain, but a quiet, steady strength that settles deep in my bones. I am his equal. The thought is as terrifying as it is exhilarating. The silence that falls between us now is not the cold, empty silence of before. It is a space filled with a new, fragile understanding. He is still a mystery, a creature of lies and shadows, and 1,000 secrets I cannot comprehend. But I am a mystery too, even to myself, and for the first time, I feel as if we are two mysteries meeting in the heart of a third. He looks away, his gaze falling to the clean white bandage on his side. The coven is an extension of the matriarch's will, he says in a sombre tone. They will not be so easily deterred. Celine will hunt us with a renewed fanaticism now. She has seen your power, and her fear will make her relentless. Then we will be ready for her, I say, and the strength in my own voice surprises me. He looks back at me, and that strange, beautiful smile touches his lips again. He reaches out, his hand hovering in the air between us for a long moment, before his fingers gently, hesitantly, close around my own. His skin is cool, his grip firm, a silent promise of a shared fight. Yes, he murmurs softly. We will. He holds my steady gaze, and the last of his masks seems to fall away, leaving him utterly, terrifyingly vulnerable. I could not have escaped without you, Tawana. The admission hangs in the silent, glowing air of the grotto. It is not a lie. The air around him is perfectly, beautifully clear. It is the truth, a simple, stark, and vulnerable truth, and it echoes inside me, shaking my being.
Chapter 19. Raziel. I could not have escaped without you, Tawana. The words hang in the silent, glowing air of the grotto. A truth. A simple, stark, and vulnerable truth that I had no intention of speaking. It is the most dangerous admission I've made in 500 years. It is an offering, a baring of my throat, and I do not know if she will accept it or tear it out. Her eyes, the color of the brown land, widen. The strength she found on the mountain, the new steely resolve, softens. It does not vanish, but it gentles into something else. Something that looks perilously like understanding. Her fingers are still laced with mine, a small, warm anchor in the sea of my confusion. She takes a step closer into my space, into the cold aura that has kept the world at bay for centuries. She does not seem to feel it. Or perhaps she simply does not care. She lifts her free hand, her touch as hesitant as a butterfly's wing, and lays it against my cheek. Her palm is soft, her skin warm against mine. It is not the touch of a key, or a tool, or a pawn. It is the touch of a woman. You are not alone now, Raziel, she whispers, and the sound of my name on her lips is a spell that unravels the last of my defenses. The war is over. The battle I have been fighting against this feeling, this maddening, consuming light she brings into my world. I surrender. I lean into her touch, a movement so foreign to my nature, it feels as if I am learning to walk again. My eyes close, and finally I allow myself to simply feel the warmth of her hand, the soft, clean scent of her skin, the gentle thrum of her power, a quiet song that resonates with the ancient magic in my own blood. When I open my eyes, she's all I see. I lower my head, my movements slow, deliberate. I am giving her time to retreat, to pull away, to put the walls back up that I have so foolishly let crumble. She does not move. She watches me, her lips slightly parted, her breath a soft, hitched thing in the silent grotto. The first touch of our lips is not the brutal, silencing assault of the cavern. It is a question, a whisper of sensation, so soft it is barely there. Her lips are warm, pliant, and they taste of the sweet berries she ate and the clean, pure water of the spring. A low groan, a sound of pure, unadulterated need rumbles in my chest, As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 20. Tawana. For 3 days, the grotto is our entire world. It is a universe contained in a single glowing cavern, a bubble of impossible peace suspended in time. The roar of the waterfall outside is a constant, soothing murmur, a curtain of sound that separates us from the world of monsters and assassins, of lies and bloodshed. In here, there is only the soft, ethereal light of the glowing minerals, the gentle song of the spring feeding the pool, and Raziel. He is a different creature in this place. The cold, calculating immortal I have come to know has gone, replaced by a man of quiet, watchful stillness. The furious, desperate lover has gentled into a being of profound, unnerving tenderness. He moves with his usual silent grace, but there is a new quality to his movements, a lack of the coiled, predatory tension that has always defined him. In this sanctuary, he is not a predator. He is simply Raziel. We spend our days in a quiet, comfortable rhythm. He tends to my sprained ankle with a gentleness that makes my heart ache, his cool fingers surprisingly deft as he wraps the joint in soft, moss-based poultices. I, in turn, tend to the gash in his side, cleaning it daily with the pure, cool water of the spring. His wound is healing at an impossible rate, the flesh knitting itself back together before my very eyes. But he allows my administrations, a silent, shared ritual of care that says more than words ever could. On the second day, I find him sitting by the edge of the crystal-clear pool, his back to me. The bandage around his torso is gone, revealing the angry, puckered line of his healing wound. He is washing the dried blood from his skin, his movements stiff and awkward as he tries to reach the difficult angles of his own back. I approach him without a word, my bare feet silent on the smooth stone. I take the cloth from his unresisting fingers and dip it into the pool. The water is cool, but not cold, and it feels like liquid silk against my skin. I kneel behind him and begin to gently wash the blood from his back, my touch hesitant at first, then growing more confident as he leans into my ministration with a low, guttural sigh of what sounds like relief. His skin is a landscape of pale, smooth perfection, marred only by the faint, silvery lines of ancient scars and the fresh, angry red of his new wound. His wings are folded, a mantle of midnight that smells of the night sky and the storm we fled. His hair, long and silver as spun moonlight, is matted with the grime of our journey. "Let me," I whisper, my voice a soft thing in the grotto's perfect silence. He does not answer, but he tilts his head in a gesture of acquiescence. I dip my hands into the pool and begin to work the water through the thick, heavy strands of his hair. It is surprisingly soft, like the finest, coolest silk, and it seems to drink the water, the silver strands turning a dark, heavy grey. I work my fingers through the tangles, massaging his scalp, washing away the dirt and the blood and the memory of the battle. He lets out another low groan, his head falling forward, his entire body surrendering to my touch. It is a moment of such profound, unguarded vulnerability that it steals the breath from my lungs. This ancient, powerful, terrifying creature is allowing me this intimacy, this simple act of care. He is trusting me. And in this quiet, sacred space, surrounded by the gentle song of the water and the soft glow of the stone, I realise, with a certainty that is as terrifying as it is exhilarating, that I am irrevocably, hopelessly in love with him, Later, he begins my training. "Your power is not a weapon," he explains, his voice a low, patient murmur as we sit on the mossy bank of the pool. "Not in the way a sword is. It is a lens. It is a way of seeing the world as it truly is, stripped of all its deceptions. But a lens must be focused." He holds out his hand, and a small, perfect illusion of a Phyalon berry appears in his palm. It is a perfect replica, right down to the faint, dusty bloom on its purple skin. But to my knack, it is a shimmering, oily thing, a discordant note in the grotto's perfect harmony. "Look at it," he instructs. "Do not just see the lie. See through it. Find the truth of what is beneath." I close my eyes, focusing on the pressure behind them, the sensation that has always been a strange, unwelcome quirk. But now, I do not fight it. I lean into it. I reach out with my mind, not with the explosive, untamed force I unleashed on the mountain, but with a gentle, questioning touch. I find the shimmering threads of his illusion, and I do not tear them. I simply unweave them. When I open my eyes, the berry is gone. In its place, resting in his palm, is a small, smooth grey stone from the bottom of the pool. A laugh bubbles up out of me, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. It is the first time I have truly laughed since my world was destroyed, and the sound echoes in the grotto, a strange and wonderful music. Raziel looks at me, and a slow, genuine smile spreads across his face. It is a thing of devastating beauty, a sight more rare and precious than any artifact. "Again," he says, and his voice is filled with a warmth I have never heard before. For 2 days, we practice. He creates illusions of increasing complexity, a fluttering papillion, a flickering flame, a perfect, shimmering replica of my own face. And with each one, I grow more confident, my control over my gift becoming more precise, more intuitive. That evening, after I successfully unravel an illusion of a complex, glittering diamante gemstone, I lean back on the moss, exhausted, but exhilarated. I still do not understand how you can create something so real from nothing. He sits beside me, his powerful form relaxed in a way I have never seen. It is not from nothing. It is from memory. He holds out his hand again, and the shimmering image of the papillion returns, its wings beating in silent, jewelled strokes. This one, it once lived in the hanging gardens of the Sunstone Kings of Rach, a city so vast its highest spires were said to tickle the bellies of the twin moons. "What happened to it?" I ask, mesmerised by the ghostly beauty of the butterfly. "Time," he says somberly, and the hubris of kings who thought stone could outlast eternity. "It is dust now, a memory that lives only in my mind, and now in yours." He closes his hand, and the light of the papillion is extinguished. A wave of sadness washes over me. It must be lonely, being the only one who remembers. A strange, mischievous light enters his eyes. A new illusion appears above the pool, a tiny, clumsy-looking urog that trips over its own feet and falls into the water with a silent, magical splash. I gasp, then a laugh, real and bright, bursts from my lips. Raziel's smile is a slow, devastating thing that makes my heart ache. "Is that the kind of thing your god finds amusing?" I ask, my laughter subsiding into a warm, happy hum. "Akeldama?" He leans back on his hands, a wry twist to his lips. He would find the fall of the city itself amusing. He is a connoisseur of grand, cosmic ironies. He is less a god to be worshipped and more a brilliant, maddeningly chaotic mentor who sets the board and delights in watching the pieces scatter. The affection in his voice is unmistakable, but it is tangled with a deep, weary exasperation. "And the Vraken, do they all see him that way?" The moment the word leaves my lips, the warmth vanishes from his eyes. The smile fades. The shadows I had almost forgotten return, pulling him back into a place I cannot follow. He looks away, his gaze fixed on the glowing crystals on the far side of the grotto, his perfect profile a mask of sudden cold distance. I have trespassed. I have stumbled into a room in his soul that is clearly marked with a warning I could not see. I want to take the words back, to erase the pain that has so swiftly replaced the light in his face. I stop myself from apologizing, from asking more questions. Instead, I simply reach out and lay my hand on his, where it rests on the moss between us. It is a quiet gesture, an offering of presence, not of answers. He does not pull away. His fingers remain still beneath mine, but I feel the rigid tension in them slowly, almost imperceptibly, begin to ease. On the third night, as I lie wrapped in his arms, his wings a warm, heavy blanket around us, I know that I am no longer the same girl who fled a burning village. I am no longer a victim, a burden. I am Tawana, I am Purna, and I am strong. The next morning I awaken to find him standing at the mouth of the grotto, staring out through the shimmering curtain of the waterfall. The peace of the last few days has vanished from his posture. He is once again a creature of coiled, predatory stillness, his gaze fixed on the world beyond our sanctuary. I rise and go to him, my heart a suddenly heavy thing in my chest. I lay my hand on his arm, and the muscles beneath his skin are hard as stone. He turns to me, and the man who laughed with me, who surrendered to my touch, is gone. In his place is the immortal, his eyes once again holding the cold, distant light of his ancient ambition. The shimmering aura of a lie, the one I had almost forgotten, has returned, a faint, almost invisible distortion around him. "The way is clear," he says in a flat tone that holds none of the warmth of the past few days. "We are close to our goal. We must resume our journey."
Chapter 21. Raziel. Love is a poison. It is a sickness of the soul, a mortal malady that I had believed myself immune to. For 3 days in the grotto, I allowed the fever to consume me. I let her light, her warmth, her infuriating, magnificent spirit seep into the cracks of my being. I held her. I touched her. I allowed myself to feel. Now I am paying the price. Every step we take away from that sanctuary is an act of self-inflicted torture. The cold, sharp air of the Pref Mountains should feel familiar, a welcome balm to my frackened nature. Instead, it feels thin and empty. The silence that I have cultivated for centuries is no longer a comfort. It is a void that her laughter once filled. The love I feel for her is a physical ache, a phantom limb that throbs with a pain for which there is no cure. It is a constant, low-grade agony that wars with the ambition that has been the singular driving force of my entire existence. The thrum of the wild spawn ahead of us, the promise of the heart, the sum total of my life's work. It should be a triumphant symphony in my soul. Instead, it is a dull, discordant note, drowned out by the memory of her sleeping in my arms. She walks a few paces behind me, her silence a mirror of my own. But her silence is born of a hurt I inflicted, a confusion I created. My cruelty on the morning we left was a necessary act of self-preservation, a desperate attempt to rebuild the walls she had so effortlessly dismantled. I had to remind myself of what she is, a key, a tool. But the words, which had once been a cold, simple truth, are now a vile, bitter lie in my own mind. And I am disgusted by it. I'm disgusted by the sound of my own voice when I am forced to speak to her, to maintain the fiction of our quest. "The entrance to the pocket realm is just beyond this ridge," I say, voice a flat, dead thing. "The illusions that guard it will be powerful. I will need you to be focused." "I will be ready," she says, her own voice quiet, subdued. She doesn't look at me. She has not truly looked at me since we left the grotto. The lie of my purpose is a foul taste in my mouth. I am leading her to a place of supposed power, a place I have told her will be a sanctuary. But the serpent of doubt, the one born of my new, terrifying feelings, whispers a different truth in the back of my mind. Truth about my god, Akeldama, and the cruel nature of his games. That night as she sleeps, a fragile huddle by the small, smokeless fire, I allow myself to rest, and he comes for me. The world does not fade to black. It fractures. I am standing in a hall of shifting obsidian mirrors. The floor is not stone, but a roiling sea of shadow. In one mirror I see myself, a creature of cold, perfect control, the heart a pulsating star of power in my hand. In another I see Tawana, her eyes wide with the terror that is directed at me. A third mirror shows the Vrockan matriarchs, their faces twisted in fury and fear. The reflections shift, melt, and reform, a chaotic ballet of my ambitions and my new, terrible fears. A voice, dripping with an ancient cosmic amusement, echoes from all the mirrors at once. A mortal feeling for a mortal girl. How quaint. I do not have to turn. I know who it is. Akeldama. A figure coalesces from the shifting shadows, its form never quite settling. One moment it is a serpent of smoke with eyes of burning embers. The next a beautiful, androgynous dark elf with a cruel, knowing smile. Then a vortex of pure, chaotic energy. The deceiver. You have been a disappointing student of late, Raziel, the chaotic form of my god says, its voice 1,000 whispers at once. I set for you a grand, beautiful game of ambition and deceit, and you have allowed yourself to be distracted by a pet. She is not a pet, I snarl, the words torn from me before I can stop them. The shifting form of Akeldama seems to laugh, a sound like shattering glass. A tool? A key? Do not lie to a liar, little immortal. I am the god of trickery. I see the cracks in your heart. They're wide enough to fly a leviathan through. The shadows on the floor roil, and an image of Tawana, sleeping peacefully by the fire, appears at my feet. You would throw away centuries of planning, the promise of ultimate power for this? Akeldama's voice is laced with a genuine, theatrical disbelief. A fleeting warmth. A fragile mortal life that will be extinguished in the blink of an immortal's eye. What would you have me do? I ask, voice a dangerous thing. Lead her to her death? The god's form settles into that of the beautiful, cruel dark elf, and it places a cool, smoke-like hand on my shoulder. Do not be a fool, my favorite son. You are thinking like a mortal. You are thinking in terms of a choice. There is no choice to be made. He gestures, and the mirrors around us change. They no longer show my fears, but my desires. I see myself, the heart a blazing star in my hand, its power flowing through me, making me a god in my own right. And beside me, her hand in mine, is Tawana, her eyes filled not with fear, but with an adoration that makes my dead heart ache. The heart will give you everything, Akeldama whispers, his voice a seductive poison in my ear. Power eternal, the respect of your kind, the fear of your enemies. And with such power, you can keep your little Perna safe and sound forever. You can give her a life of luxury and peace. You can even, if you are so inclined, grant her a lifespan that will not be an insult to your own. He leans closer, his breath a cold, chaotic thing against my skin. You will not have to choose. You will simply take. You will have the power and the girl. That is the true nature of a conqueror. That is the ultimate victory. The temptation calls to the depths of my being, a hook that sinks deep into the raw, bleeding wound of my ambition. To have it all. To not have to choose. To have her, safe and by my side. Forever. It is a beautiful, perfect lie, and I want, more than anything, to believe it. I wake with a gasp, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The dream, the god, the temptation, it all clings to me like a shroud. I look over at the sleeping form of Tawana, her face soft and peaceful in the firelight. The war inside me is a silent, screaming thing. My ambition, honed over centuries, tells me to listen to my God, to see the cold, brutal logic of his words. But the new, fragile, terrifying feeling in my heart, the feeling that bloomed in the grotto, tells me that any victory that costs her soul is no victory at all. I look at her, and I see not a prize to be won, but a light to be protected. Akeldama's final taunting words from the dream echo in the silent, windswept darkness of the mountains, a whisper of poison and promise. Don't forget what this is all for, little immortal. Don't forget the plan.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Tawana. The world feels new. After the profound, silent darkness of the Vraken tunnels, the open air of the Pref Mountains is a heady wine. The sun is a warm, welcome weight on my shoulders, and the wind, though sharp and cold, carries the clean, wild scent of pine and snow-dusted rock. For the first time since I fled my burning village, a sense of peace, fragile but real, settles in my soul. Raziel walks ahead of me, his long, powerful strides eating up the narrow mountain path. The cold, distant immortal has not fully returned, but the raw, vulnerable man from the grotto has retreated behind a wall of watchful silence. He has not touched me since we left our sanctuary, but the memory of his hands, his mouth, his body, is a constant humming warmth beneath my skin. I am in love with him. The thought is no longer a terrifying revelation, but a simple, quiet truth that has become the new centre of my gravity. I feel strong. The training in the grotto has given me a focus, a control over the strange, shimmering world my knack reveals. I am no longer a victim of the lies around me. I am a student of them. I can feel the faint, honest hum of the mountain, the clean truth of the wind. The world feels safe. It is a foolish, fatal mistake. We are navigating a narrow pass, the path crumbling away to a sheer drop on one side, a wall of jagged, unforgiving rock on the other. The air is still, the only sound the crunch of our boots on the loose scree and the distant cry of a razor bird. The world vanishes from beneath my feet. One moment, I am walking on solid ground. The next, the path gives way with a sickening lurch, and I am falling. A scream arises from my throat as I plummet into darkness. My fall is broken by a rough, yielding web of thick, knotted ropes. A net. It closes around me, a coarse, suffocating embrace, and I am jerked to a sudden, painful stop, dangling in the air like a snared animal. Tawana! Raziel's roar is a sound of pure, primal fury. I twist in the net, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, and look up. He is at the edge of the pit, his face a horrifying mask of cold, murderous rage. But before he can launch himself into the air, a dozen hulking shapes emerge from the rocks above, their forms blotting out the sun. Minotaurs. They are a wall of muscle and fur, their eyes burning with a cold, hateful light, and at their head, his massive axe held ready, is Huma. A second net, weighted with heavy stones, is thrown from above. It falls with a speed I would not have thought possible. A perfect, deadly cast. Move! Raziel snarls, his sword already in his hand, but the net is too wide. too heavy. It envelops him, the weighted edges slamming into the ground, pinning him, his wings trapped and useless beneath the heavy ropes. He roars again, a sound of pure, frustrated rage, and begins to tear at the thick ropes with his claws. But they are too many. The minotaurs descend into the pit, their movements swift and brutal. They swarm him, their sheer numbers and brute strength a tidal wave of violence, their bellows of triumph echoing off the rock walls. "Raziel!" I scream, struggling against the ropes that bind me, my efforts useless. He fights like a cornered god. His blade is a silver blur, and the first two minotaurs to reach him fall, their throats opened by his deadly, elegant strikes. But he is wounded. He is outnumbered. For every beast he cuts down, two more take its place, their axes hacking, their powerful bodies a living wall that presses him back. "This is for my kin, Vraken!" Huma roars, his voice a promise of pain as he joins the fray. "You will pay for their blood with every drop of your own." I see a heavy iron-bound club slam into his side, right where he was already wounded. He lets out a sharp, guttural cry of pain, his movements faltering for a single, fatal instant. It is the opening they need. One of the brutes slams the flat of its axe against the side of his head. His eyes roll back, and his magnificent, terrible body goes limp, collapsing under the weight of the net and the press of his enemies. No! The scream is a raw, ragged thing, torn from the deepest, darkest parts of my soul, a sound of pure animal terror. "Stop, please stop!" They swarm over him, binding his hands and feet with thick, iron chains. They work with a grim, brutal efficiency, their movements fueled by a cold, focused hatred, their grunts of effort the only sound now that Raziel is silent. My own net is hauled upwards. I am deposited onto the path like a sack of grain, my limbs tangled in the coarse ropes. Huma stands over me, his massive form a terrifying eclipse against the cold, bright sky. His chest is heaving, his fur matted with sweat and the blood of his kin. I look into his eyes, expecting to see the cold, dispassionate gaze of a mercenary who has completed his job. But that is not what I find. The look on his face is not one of business. It is not the look of a man collecting a bounty. It is a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. A look of profound, personal vengeance. It is the look of a creature who has lost everything and has nothing left but the need to inflict an equal amount of pain on the one he holds responsible. He is not here to capture me. He is not here to fulfill a contract. He is here to watch the man who killed his kin suffer. And he is here to make me watch with him. As they drag Raziel's unconscious form from the pit, his silver hair dark with his own blood, I see the look on Huma's face, and I know, with cold, sinking certainty that is unrelated to my psionic gift, that this is not a capture. This is a revenge killing, and it has only just begun.
Chapter 23. Raziel. Consciousness returns not as a gentle dawn, but as a brutal, violent intrusion. The first sensation is pain, a dull, throbbing continent of it centered in my side, and a sharp, blinding agony behind my eyes. The second is the bite of cold, heavy iron around my wrists and ankles. The third, and most immediate, is the scent of her fear, faint and fading, now replaced by the smell of rain-dampened stone. My eyes snap open. I am in a shallow, windswept cave, the gray light of a bleak afternoon filtering in. I am chained to the rock wall, the iron links thick, heavy, and forged with an artisan's skill. They are minotaur work. My wings are pinned awkwardly behind me, and my head throbs with a nauseating rhythm. My first thought, my only thought, is for her. My gaze sweeps the small cave and finds her. She is slumped against the opposite wall, her hands bound in front of her with thick leather straps. She is unconscious, her face pale and smudged with dirt, a dark bruise beginning to form on her temple, where she must have struck her head in the fall. She is still, too still, and a cold dread, feeling I have not known in centuries, seizes my heart. A massive shadow falls over me. The great Vraken awakens. Huma's voice is a low, rumbling growl, thick with a satisfaction that is almost obscene. He stands over me, his axe resting on his shoulder, his eyes burning with the cold, triumphant light of a victor. I had begun to worry you were as fragile as your little pet. I test the chains, a futile gesture. They are unyielding. My power, the raw magic of my wild-spawned birth, is a sluggish, distant thing, beaten into submission by the blow to my head and the drain of my injuries. I'm truly helpless. What is this, Huma? I ask. Your vengeance? You have it. Release the girl. Your quarrel is with me. He lets out a harsh, barking laugh that echoes in the small cave. My quarrel is with everything you are. You who hide behind tricks and lies. You who pay for your battles instead of fighting them with honor. My vengeance has only just begun, Vraken. I am going to kill you. But it will be a slow, meticulous process. And I will make her watch every moment of it. His gaze shifts to Tawana's still form, and a new, colder fury washes through me, clearing the fog from my mind. As for her, he rumbles, a cruel amusement in his voice. You should thank the shadows, Raziel. It seems her life is worth more to my new employers than my vengeance. The words are a key, unlocking a door to a room I did not even know existed. Employers? I seize on the word, my mind racing. Who would pay a Minotaur to protect a human? Huma's smile is a terrifying thing, a flash of yellowed teeth in his bestial face. He enjoys this. He enjoys my confusion, my powerlessness. You are not the only player in this game, Vraken. You are not even the most important one. He crouches before me, his massive form blotting out the light, his hot, foul breath washing over my face. My original contract was with you. A simple task. Create a threat. Isolate the girl. But you broke that contract with the blood of my kin. My honor demanded retribution. And yet here you are, a hired blade once more. I sneer, the words a desperate, foolish defiance. My vengeance against you is my own, he growls, his hand tightening on the haft of his axe. But the girl is a different matter. After you fled, I was contacted by a new party, one with a vested interest in the Porno Witch. Ice, colder and sharper than any mountain wind, floods my veins. Who? The word is a demand, a command, but it comes out as a raw, desperate rasp. Your own kind, he says, and the words feel like a physical blow. Vraken, not the coven witches you fought on the mountain. A different faction, one that has been watching you for a very long time, one that understands the true nature of your quest. My mind reels. A rival faction. I have been an outcast for centuries. My dealings have been with mortals, with mercenaries, with the chaotic whims of a trickster god. The intricate, venomous politics of my own kind are a world I left behind. To be outmaneuvered by them, to not have even sensed their presence in this game. The humiliation is a knot fire in my gut. What do they want with her? I demand, my voice low. Huma's smile returns, wider and more terrible than before. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial rumble. They do not want to claim the heart of the Wildspawn, Raziel. They want to destroy it. Destroy it? The thought is a heresy, an absurdity. The culmination of my life's work, the object of my singular, all-consuming ambition. Destroyed? They know what she is, Huma continues, his words a slow, deliberate torture. They know the Purna blood gives her the power to see through the divine illusions that guard the artifact, but they believe her power can do more than that. They believe her psionic gift, the power of pure, unadulterated truth, is the only thing in this world that can unmake a thing of such profound, deceptive magic. They do not want a key to open a door, they want a hammer to shatter it. The pieces of the puzzle, pieces I did not even know existed, slam into place, forming a picture of such terrifying, intricate complexity that it leaves me breathless. The matriarchs, who want to stop me to maintain their own power. Huma, who wants to kill me for revenge. And this new unknown faction of my own kind, who want to use Tawana to destroy the very prize we all seek, ensuring that no one can ever claim it. I've not been a player in a simple game of conquest. I've been a blind, arrogant fool, a pawn in a multi-sided war, and I've led the most valuable prize on the board directly into the center of the conflict. A soft moan comes from the other side of the cave. Tawana stirs, her head moving from side to side, her brow furrowed in pain. Her eyes flutter open, hazy and unfocused. Halma straightens up, his moment of revelation over. It seems the pet is waking, he growls, just in time for the entertainment to begin. Tawana's gaze drifts, finally finding me. Her eyes widen, first with confusion, then with a dawning absolute terror as she takes in the chains, my bloodied state, and the hulking, triumphant Minotaur standing between us. She knows nothing of the new players, of the true, terrible value she holds. All she sees is that we are trapped, and that the monster who has been hunting us has finally won. She is no longer a key. She is not a tool. She is the prize, the most valuable, the most powerful, the most sought-after being in all of Protheka. And I, in my hubris, in my ambition, have made her the epicenter of a war I did not start, and one I now have no idea how to win.
Chapter 24. Tawana. I awaken to the taste of blood and the sharp, biting cold of iron. My head throbs with a dull, nauseating rhythm, and for a moment the world is a grey, meaningless blur. Then it all comes crashing back. The fall, the nets, the roar of the minotaurs. Raziel. My eyes snap open, and the sight that greets me is a nightmare given form. Raziel is chained to the far wall of the shallow cave, his magnificent body slumped in unconsciousness, his silver hair matted with his own dark, shimmering blood. The iron links that bind him are as thick as my wrist, a brutal, final statement of his defeat. And standing over him, a mountain of triumphant muscle and fur, is Huma. Ice floods through my spine, a frigid tide that steals all warmth. My first instinct is to scream, to plead, to beg for Raziel's life. But the sound dies in my throat, choked off by a new, cold resolve. The girl who would have wept and pleaded was left behind in a grotto of impossible peace. I am no longer that girl. I do not move. I do not speak. I watch. Huma is taunting Raziel's unconscious form, his voice a low, rumbling growl of pure, unadulterated hatred. Not so mighty now, are you, Vrakan? Where is your speed? Your tricks? Your lies? He prods Raziel's shoulder with the toe of his massive boot, a gesture of profound contempt. I force myself to breathe, to push past the terror that is a living thing in my chest. I focus on the Minotaur, not as a monster, but as a puzzle. I close my eyes, reaching out with my mind, with the power that Raziel has taught me to focus. The world behind my eyelids dissolves into a sea of shimmering energy. The rage that radiates from Huma is a physical thing, a hot, ugly, violent shimmer of pure crimson light. It is a storm, a hurricane of hate, but I push past it. I look deeper, and beneath the storm, I find the bedrock. It is not a shimmer. It is a solid, unwavering thing, a truth that is as cold and hard as the stone beneath me. It is grief, a vast, profound, all-consuming grief for the kin he has lost. And intertwined with it, just as solid, just as true, is his honour. It is a rigid, intricate cage of rules and codes, a thing of immense, unbending strength. I understand. I cannot reason with his rage. I cannot appeal to his mercy. But I can speak to his honour. Huma seems to grow bored of taunting an unconscious foe. He turns his burning gaze on me, and the full force of his hatred washes over me. He stalks across the small cave, his presence sucking the very air from the space. He crouches before me, his hot, foul breath a wave of sickness against my face. "And now, the Vraken's pet," he growls, his lips peeling back from his yellowed teeth. "He bled for you. He fought for you. Now, you will watch him die for you." My fingers find the loose threads on my sleeve, my grip so tight the rough texture digs into my skin. I meet his gaze, and I do not allow myself to flinch. I do not beg. I do not plead. I wait for my moment. "You are a naive thing, are you not?" He continues, his voice a low, mocking rumble. "You believe in his pretty words, in his tragic, noble act. You think he is your saviour." He leans closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You are as blind as you are foolish. He chose you for a reason, little pet. A reason that really has nothing to do with your safety. Ask him what that reason is. Ask him what he was truly doing in that valley. His words are a poison, a seed of doubt that finds fertile ground in the faint, constant shimmer of deception I have learned to sense around Raziel. But I cannot allow that to distract me. I have one chance, one weapon. Is there honour in taking Vraken coin to settle a Vraken blood feud? The question is quiet, but it lands with the force of a physical blow. Huma rears back as if struck, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and fury. "What did you say?" he snarls. I press my advantage, my voice gaining a cold, sharp edge I didn't know it possessed. "You speak of honour. But you are a hired blade, taking coin from one Vraken faction to hunt another. You are a pawn in their ancient, dishonourable games. Do you even know who you truly work for? Or do you simply take the silver and ask no questions?" The rage in his eyes is now warring with a new, unwelcome emotion. Conflict. The solid, unwavering truth of his honour is being challenged, and he does not know how to respond. "A contract is honour-bound," he growls, but the words lack their earlier conviction. A contract with liars, with schemers who hide in the shadows and pay others to do their dirty work. I shake my head, a gesture of profound, pitying disappointment. That is not the Minotaur code I have heard of in stories. That is the work of a common mercenary. There is no honour in it. The thread in my fingers, strained beyond its limits by the force of my grip, snaps. For a single, breathless moment he is silent. I have found the crack in his armour. I have used his greatest strength, his honour, as a weapon against him. He is not my ally. He will never be my ally. But he is conflicted. And in that conflict, there is an opportunity. The rage wins. His face contorts into a mask of pure animal fury, not at my words, but at the truth behind them. He is enraged that I, a fragile human pet, have dared to hold a mirror up to his tarnished honour. His hand, a slab of meat and fur the size of my head, moves faster than I could have believed possible. "No." The roar comes from across the cave. It is not a word. It is a sound of pure, primal fury, a sound that rips from Raziel's throat and shakes the very stone around us. My head snaps toward him. His body is straining against the thick iron chains, his muscles corded with a desperate, impossible strength. His eyes are no longer the voids of a cold immortal. They are burning pits of hellfire, fixed on Huma's raised hand. "Unhand her!" he snarls, the words a guttural, animalistic command. "Hurt me instead, you coward!" Huma freezes, a slow, terrible smile spreading across his face. He looks from Raziel's helpless fury to me, and the look in his eyes is one of dawning, cruel realization. He has found a new, better way to inflict his vengeance. "So the master does have a heart," he rumbles, his gaze returning to me. Raziel roars again, a sound of pure agony as he throws his entire weight against the chains, the iron groaning in protest but holding fast. "Huma, I swear by the 13, if you touch her, I will unmake you. But the threat is empty, and we all know it. He is helpless. Huma's hand connects with my cheek with a sickening crack. The world explodes in a flash of white, searing pain. My head snaps to the side, and the coppery taste of my own blood fills my mouth. Raziel's scream is a sound I will never forget. A sound of a soul being torn in two. It is not the cry of a wounded warrior, but the shriek of a man watching his entire world burn. Huma rises to his full, terrifying height, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with a renewed, triumphant fire. He looks at Raziel, who is now limp against his chains, his head bowed, his body trembling with a silent, impotent rage. The Vraken's pet should learn to hold her tongue, he snarls, his voice a low, venomous thing. He turns and stalks out of the cave, leaving me in the sudden, ringing silence. My cheek is a blaze of agony, but a flicker of grim, triumphant hope ignites in my chest. He is no longer a solid, unbreachable wall of vengeance. He is a volatile, unpredictable storm. And I have just learned how to direct the lightning.
Chapter 25. Raziel. The sound of her pain as Huma's hand struck her cheek is a direct hit to my own soul. It sounds like my failure, my arrogance, my catastrophic miscalculation. I hang in my chains, a helpless, pathetic thing. My body trembling with a rage so profound it threatens to shatter my bones from the inside out. My roar of fury is a hollow, useless sound in the face of her suffering. Huma stalks from the cave, leaving a silence that is thick with her pain and my shame. I lift my head, my neck muscles screaming in protest. Tawana is still slumped against the wall, a thin trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her cheek already beginning to swell and darken. But her eyes, when they meet mine, are not filled with the terror I expect. They are filled with a cold, clear, analytical light. She is not broken. She is calculating. He is conflicted, she whispers, her voice a bruised, raw thing. His honor. It is a cage, and I have rattled the bars. Her strength, her resilience in the face of such brutality, is a fire that burns away the fog of my own pain. She is right. She has created an opportunity, a crack in the wall of his vengeance, and I must shatter it completely. My own power is a sluggish, distant thing, the blow to my head having dampened the connection to my immortal reserves. But my mind, the weapon I have honed for centuries, is clear. When Huma returns, his two largest warriors in tow, I am ready. It is time for the entertainment to begin, Vraken, he growls, pulling a long, wicked-looking knife from his belt. You are a fool, Huma, I say, voice a low, calm thing that belies the storm raging within me. He stops, his eyes narrowing. Your taunts are the last gasps of a dying animal. I speak the truth, I say, letting my head tilt in that old predatory way. A concept you seem to value. You speak of contracts and honor, yet you serve Vraken who hide in the shadows. Do you truly believe a Vraken contract is ever honored with an outsider? I will be paid, he snarls. Will you? I let a cold, pitying smile touch my lips. They will not pay you, Minotaur. They will eliminate you. You, and what is left of your kin. You are a loose end, a witness to their treachery. Once you have delivered the girl, and I am dead, they will hunt you down and erase their connection to this affair. It is the way of my kind. It is the only true Vraken honor. The seed of doubt Tawana planted begins to sprout. I can see it in the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the slight tightening of his grip on his knife. They are coming for you, Huma, I press, my voice a venomous whisper. Perhaps they are already here. Perhaps they are waiting for you to finish your work, so they can finish theirs. It is at that moment that Tawana makes her move. I feel it before I see it, a subtle shift in the air, a pressure building in the cave. Her eyes, which had been fixed on Huma, glaze over, her gaze turning inward. A low, humming sound, like 1,000 angry vespids, begins to fill the cavern, seeming to come from the very rock around us. Huma and his warriors start, their heads whipping around, their expressions of triumphant cruelty replaced by a dawning confusion and alarm. "What is this sorcery?" one of them bellows. The illusion hits. It is not a visual thing. It is a sound. The sound of a dozen Vrockin assassins, their movements silent whispers of death, their blades scraping softly against stone, their sibilant ancient language echoing from the mouth of the cave. It sounds like an ambush. The sound of betrayal. Tawana has taken my lie and given it a voice. Huma's head snaps toward the entrance, his eyes wide with a sudden violent paranoia. He looks at his warriors, who are now looking at him, their own faces a mixture of fear and suspicion. "They are here," I say as a calm, final judgment. "Your employers have come to collect their prize and to silence their mercenaries. It is all the chaos I need. In the moment of their distraction, I focus the last of my sluggish, distant power. It is not enough to break the chains, but it is enough to shatter a single link, the one connecting my right wrist to the wall. The sound of the iron link snapping is like a thunderclap in the tense silence. Before they can react, my hand is free. I snatch the knife from the belt of the nearest minotaur, a fluid, desperate motion. The blade is in my hand, and I am no longer helpless. I slice through the leather straps binding Tawana's hands. "The illusion," I command, my voice a low, urgent thing. "Hold it." The battle is a blur of desperate, close-quarters violence. I am wounded, I am weakened, but I am Vrockin. I am a creature of shadow and speed. I use the confining space to my advantage, my small blade a deadly thing against their clumsy, powerful swings. Huma roars, his paranoia forgotten in the face of my escape, and charges. But his own warriors are in his way, their movements confused, their loyalties fractured. The cave is a chaotic mess of bellowing minotaurs and the phantom sounds of Tawana's Vrockin assassins. "To the entrance!" I shout, grabbing Tawana's hand and pulling her with me. We burst from the cave into the cold gray light of the afternoon. The path is narrow, the drop sheer. We have nowhere to go. One of Huma's warriors, his face a torrid mask of pure animal rage, emerges from the cave behind us. He does not swing his axe, he hurls it. The weapon spins through the air, a blur of deadly polished iron. It is not aimed at me. It is aimed at Tawana. There is no thought. There is no calculation. There is no ambition. There is only her. I shove her, a desperate, violent motion that sends her stumbling to the ground, out of the axe's path. I try to twist, to evade, but I am too slow. The axe bites deep into the flesh of my back, just below my shoulder, near the joint of my wing. The pain is a white-hot, blinding supernova. A scream of pure animal agony tears out of me. The force of the blow sends me staggering forward, to the very edge of the cliff. For a moment, I teeter on the precipice, the world a dizzying, pain-filled blur, and there I fall. But I do not fall alone. My wings, one of them a useless burning agony, flare on pure instinct. I catch the air, a clumsy lurching motion, and I am flying. I snatch Tawana from the path, her small, warm body a solid, real thing against the chaos of my pain. We are airborne, but it is not the graceful, powerful flight of before. It is a desperate, wounded thing. My left wing is a universe of fire, each beat sending a fresh wave of agony through my entire body. The world swims in and out of focus. Black spots dance at the edges of my field of vision. I can feel my strength failing, my immortal healing struggling against the tide of such a grievous wound. We are losing altitude, our flight a clumsy descending spiral. I see a small wooded valley below, a patch of green in the unforgiving gray of the mountains. It is our only hope. I pour the last of my strength, the last of my will, into a final desperate glide. We crash through the canopy of the trees, the branches whipping and tearing at us. We hit the ground with a bone-jarring impact that sends a fresh explosion of pain through my body. The world goes dark. I fight my way back to consciousness, my every breath a ragged liquid thing. I'm lying on a bed of soft, damp earth, the scent of pine and decay filling my senses. Tawana is kneeling over me, her face a pale, tear-streaked mask of terror. Her hands are pressed against the terrible wound in my back, her efforts useless against the tide of my own dark, shimmering blood. I can feel it. The cold. The true cold. The cold that comes not from the mountain air, but from within. My life, my immortal, endless life, is draining away into the soil of this forgotten world. I look at her, at the beautiful, terrified face of the girl who has become the center of my universe. And the weight of my first, greatest lie, the one that started all of this, becomes an unbearable burden. If I am to die, I cannot die with that lie between us. My hand, slick with my own blood, lifts. I touch her cheek, my thumb brushing away a tear. Tawana! I rasp, my voice a broken liquid thing. There is something. I must tell you.
Chapter 26. Tawana. Tawana. His voice is a broken, liquid thing, a ghost of a sound against the sudden, ringing silence of the forest. He is dying. There is something I must tell you. The thought is not a thought. It is a certainty, a cold, hard stone that settles in the pit of my stomach, dragging me down into an abyss of pure, undiluted terror. No, I whisper, the word a useless prayer against the inevitable. My hands are slick with his blood, the strange, silver-dark liquid a stark, terrible contrast against the pale green of the moss beneath him. I press my torn dress against the gruesome wound in his back, a futile, desperate attempt to hold his life inside him. But the blood just keeps coming, a warm, steady tide that speaks of an ending. He is so cold. The vibrant, furnace-like heat that has always radiated from him is gone. Now there's only a chill that is seeping into the very ground beneath us. His breathing is a shallow, ragged thing, each breath a painful, stuttering gasp. Raziel, stay with me, I plead, my voice a raw, broken sound. Please, do not leave me. His eyes, those bottomless voids of darkness, flutter open. They are hazy, unfocused, the sharp, intelligent light within them dimming, fading. He looks at me, but I do not think he truly sees me. He sees a ghost, a memory. Life, he murmurs, his voice a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across a tombstone. Blood. The words are a delirium-fueled whisper, but they land in my mind with earth-shaking force. Blood. His kind, the Vraken, they drink blood. It is the stuff of nightmares, the tales told to frighten children. But he is not a nightmare. He is the man who saved me, who held me, who made me feel alive for the very first time in my life, and he is dying. I look at my own hands, at the pale, unmarked skin of my wrists, and I know what I must do. There is no thought, there is no hesitation, there is only a fierce, desperate, all-consuming love that eclipses all fear, all reason. I will not let him die. I refuse to be alone in this world again. I scramble to my knees, searching the forest floor. My fingers close around a sharp, flat piece of shale, its edge a wicked, promising line. I do not allow myself to think. I simply act. I draw the sharp edge of the rock across the tender skin of my wrist. The pain is a white-hot, searing thing, a brutal shock to my senses. But it is a distant thing, a mere echo against the roaring agony in my heart. Blood, my own blood, red and vibrant and so terribly, wonderfully alive, wells from the gash, a stark, beautiful contrast to the dark, fading life of the man before me. I crawl to him, my movements frantic, desperate. I lift his head, cradling it in my lap. His skin is as cold as the stone of the grotto. Raziel, I whisper, my voice thick with tears. Raziel, look at me. His eyes flutter open again, and this time they seem to focus on my face. I see a flicker of confusion, of protest, in their dying depths. But he is too weak to fight, too weak to stop me. Drink, I plead, my voice a raw, ragged command. I press my bleeding wrist to his lips, the scent of my own life a rich, coppery perfume in the still air. Please, Raziel, drink, live, for me. For a moment, he does nothing. His lips are cold, unresponsive against my skin. Then a shudder runs through his magnificent broken body. His head turns, his mouth finding the source of the warmth, the life. His fangs, which I have only ever felt as a phantom ache, a promise of a darker passion, extend on pure instinct. They graze my skin, a sharp electric sting, and then he drinks. The sensation is a dizzying, terrifying, intimate thing. It is a pull, a drain, a siphoning of my very soul. I feel my own life force, the vibrant humming energy of my Perna blood, flowing out of me and into him. The world begins to tilt, my vision going dark and hazy. A strange humming connection, a cord of light and shadow, seems to form between us, a bond forged in blood and sacrifice. He drinks, and I can feel the life returning to him. A faint warmth begins to seep back into his cold skin. His breathing, which had been a shallow, stuttering thing, deepens, evens out. My blood, my potent, magic-infused blood, is a powerful elixir, a jolt of pure life that is knitting his immortal flesh back together, pulling him back from the very brink of oblivion. When he finally pulls away, his lips are stained with my blood. His eyes, when they meet mine, are no longer hazy and unfocused. They are sharp, clear, and filled with a raw, unguarded emotion I have never seen before. It is not gratitude. It is not relief. It is a profound, soul-shattering horror. He has been saved by my selfless act, and he can no longer bear the weight of his lies. Tawana, he rasps, his voice still weak, but clear, every word a shard of ice in the fragile, intimate space between us. You are all right, I whisper, a wave of dizzying relief washing over me. You are going to be all right. No, he says, and the word is a blade that pierces my heart. He lifts his hand, his fingers, stained with my blood and his own, gently touching my cheek. Listen to me. Please. I look into his eyes, and I see the truth of what he is about to say before he says it. The shimmering, constant lie that has always surrounded him is gone, and in its place is a stark, brutal, and utterly devastating clarity. The attack on your village, he begins. The Minotaurs, it was my design. The rescue, it was a sham, a performance. I needed you. Your power. You were only ever a key. The world stops. The sights and sounds of the forest, the scent of the pine, the feeling of his skin beneath my fingertips. It all vanishes. There is only his voice, his words, a slow, meticulous dismantling of my entire world, of my entire self. I love you now, he whispers, and a single perfect tear, a thing of impossible shimmering beauty, traces a path through the grime and blood on his cheek. By my dead Vraken heart, I love you. But it does not change the truth of the beginning. He loves me. The words are a ghost, a phantom, lost in the roaring inferno of his betrayal. I stare at him, at the monster wearing the face of the man I love, the man I just saved with my own lifeblood. The stinging pain in my wrist is a distant, meaningless thing. The taste of my own blood is a bitter, metallic poison in my mouth. The ultimate act of love has been twisted into a grotesque, obscene violation. Was everything a lie between us? The heart. It will not protect my people. He will never fulfill that promise. I do not scream. I do not cry. I do not move. I simply freeze, my hands covered in his blood, the love in my heart turning to a solid, unmoving block of ice as I stare at the beautiful, terrible monster who's not just destroyed my world, but has made me an accomplice in its ruin.
Chapter 27. Raziel. Her blood is fire in my veins. It is a foreign, vibrant, and utterly alien energy, a stark contrast to the ancient, cold power that has defined my existence for centuries. I can feel it humming within me, a current of pure, untamed life. It is her Purna magic, a liquid song of truth and creation, and it is knitting my torn flesh back together with a speed that my own immortal healing could not match. It is saving me, and it is the most profound violation I have ever known. To be Vraken is to be a creature of singular, self-contained power. To accept the blood of another is a sacred binding act, one I have not performed in half a millennium. To have it given in a moment of such profound, selfless sacrifice, only to have that sacrifice be for a monster. The shame is a chain connected to hell, a poison that her life-giving blood cannot cleanse. I watch her through the haze of my own weakness. The shock on her face, the dawning horror, has receded, replaced by a terrifying, absolute stillness. She is a statue carved from ice, her beautiful expressive features now a mask of cold, numb stone. She moves. Her actions are mechanical, precise, devoid of all the warmth and gentle care she showed me in the grotto. She takes the strip of cloth she had used to bind my wound before, dips it in a small puddle of rainwater, and begins to clean the gash on my back. Her touch is not cruel. It is worse. It is clinical. It is the touch of a stranger tending to a piece of meat. "Tawana," I rasp, my voice a broken, useless thing. "Please." She does not look my way. She does not speak. She simply continues her work, her movements efficient, her touch a cold fire against my skin. The silence is a living thing, a suffocating entity that fills the small space between us. I would rather she scream at me, hit me, try to run. Her silent, mechanical care is a torture far more exquisite than any blade. It is a declaration of my own monstrosity. And through the new, terrible bond her blood has forged between us, I can feel it. It is not a clear thought, not a defined emotion. It is a dull, constant, and overwhelming thrum of ice-cold horror. It is the feeling of a heart that has not just been broken, but shattered into a million pieces of shining, irreparable dust. Her revulsion, her shattered trust, it is a part of me now. A constant, humming agony that resonates in the very blood she gave me. I never intended... I start, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. What did I intend? To use her? To discard her? The lines of my own ambition have become a blurred, meaningless map. When I saw you, in the grotto, everything changed. She finishes binding the wound, her knot tight and efficient. She pulls her hands away as if my skin is poison, and crawls back to her spot against the far wall of the clearing, putting as much distance between us as she can. She wraps her arms around her knees, her gaze fixed on the damp, uninteresting forest floor. I am too weak to move, too weak to force the issue, and she offers no opening. My words are meaningless against the enormity of my actions. I, a master of words, a weaver of lies and half-truths, have been rendered utterly, completely mute by a single, devastating truth. Hours pass. The sun begins its slow descent, the light in the small clearing turning from the gray of the afternoon to the bruised purple of twilight. I can feel my strength returning, her vibrant life force a slow, steady IV, drip into my own depleted reserves. The gaping wound in my back is now a dull, throbbing ache. I could move if I chose to. I could break the chains that still bind my left wrist and my ankles. But I do not. I remain her prisoner, a captive of her silence and my own shame. I try again, my voice stronger now, but no less desperate. The things I told you in the grotto, the way I felt, That was not a lie, Tawana. I swear it on my own worthless soul. What happened between us? It was real. She flinches at the memory, a small, almost imperceptible tightening of her shoulders. It is the only sign that she has heard me. Say something, I plead, the word a raw, ragged thing that is torn from the deepest parts of me. Scream at me. Curse me, please. Anything is better than this silence. She does not move. She simply continues to stare at the ground, a statue of grief in the fading light. The silence is my answer. It is my judgment, and it is my damnation. The twin moons begin to rise, their pale, silvery light filtering through the canopy of the trees. The forest comes alive with the sounds of the night, the chirping of insects, the distant cry of a nocturnal predator. But in our small, broken world, there is only the sound of our breathing. After an eternity of suffocating silence, she speaks. Her voice, when it comes, is not the warm, vibrant thing I have come to crave. It is a ghost of a voice, a flat, dead, emotionless thing that is more chilling than any scream. Where are we going? Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 28. Tawana. The world is a silent, ringing void. The sounds of the forest, the whisper of the wind, the frantic, terrified beating of my own heart, it has all faded away. There is only the echo of his words, a litany of damnation that plays over and over again in the ruins of my mind. The attack on your village. It was my design. The memory of Yorick, his body falling, his blood a stark, brutal truth on the dark earth. The rescue. It was a sham, a performance. The memory of his wings, a cocoon of impossible safety, shielding me from the sight of the carnage. A lie, a beautiful, perfect, soul-shattering lie. You were only ever a key. The memory of his hands on my skin in the grotto, his touch a reverence, a worship. The memory of his voice, a raw, broken thing as he chanted my name. All of it, a calculated masterpiece of deceit. I am a statue carved from ice, my hands still sticky with his blood, the stinging on my wrist a faint, distant thing. The love I felt for him, the beautiful, fragile, impossible thing that had taken root in my heart, is at war with a hatred so profound, so absolute, it threatens to consume me. It is a physical thing, a black, oily tide that rises in my throat, choking me. I think of Dana's face, her eyes wide with terror as I left her behind. I think of the survivors, huddled in the ruins of their lives, believing I had sacrificed myself to save them. I did not save them. I damned them. I led the monster to their door, and then I took his hand and walked away with him, believing him to be my salvation. The Vraken I love is the architect of my every sorrow. The thought is a fissure in the bedrock of my soul, and from it a new, terrible strength begins to rise. The ice in my veins does not thaw. It hardens, it sharpens, it becomes a weapon. I look at him. He is still slumped against the tree, his magnificent body broken, his face a mask of agonizing regret. He is watching me, his dark, bottomless eyes filled with a desperate, pleading hope. He is waiting for my verdict, for my tears, for my screams. I give him nothing. I rise to my feet, my movements stiff, mechanical. I walk to the small stream that trickles nearby, and I kneel. I plunge my hands into the icy water, scrubbing at the sticky, drying blood. His blood. My blood. It is all the same now, a testament to my own foolish, sacrificial heart. Where would I go? The question is a cold, logical thing that cuts through the storm of my emotions. I cannot go back. To return to my village would be to lead the hunt back to the very people I left to protect. I cannot go forward alone. The world beyond this small, broken clearing is a place of minotaurs and Vrakan assassins, of leviathans and 1,000 other dangers I cannot even name. To run is to die. My old life is gone. My home is a memory. My love was a lie. There is no going back. There is only forward. And the only path forward is through him. I need to understand. The thought is a single, hard point of light in the overwhelming darkness. I need to see this artifact, this heart of the wild spont. I need to look upon the prize that is worth the lives of my friends, the ruin of my home, the shattering of my soul. I need to understand the ambition that could drive a creature to such profound, meticulous cruelty. I refuse to be a victim in his story, no pawn in his god's cruel game. I won't be a key, a tool, someone else's pawn. From this moment on, I am a player, and I will see this game through to its end, on my own terms. I stand, my hands clean, my heart a frozen, heavy thing in my chest. I walk back to him, my steps steady, my gaze unwavering. The fear is still there, a cold serpent in my gut. But it is a familiar thing now, an old companion, and it is no longer in control. He looks up at me, and I see the flicker of hope in his eyes die, replaced by a dawning confusion as he takes in my expression. "Tawana," he starts, his voice a raw, broken plea. "Do not," I say, and my voice is a thing I do not recognize. It is cold, it is flat, it is devoid of all the warmth and compassion he has so expertly exploited. "Do not speak my name." "You have lost that right." The words slam into him. I see him flinch, a tremor running through his powerful frame. "I am not your key," I continue, my voice a low, steady thing. "I am not your tool. I am not your pet. I am your partner in this quest. You will take me to this heart of the wild spont. You will show me the prize for which you sacrificed my world, and I will use my power, as you have always intended. But I will do it by my own choice, not as your pawn, but as your equal. Are those terms acceptable?" He stares at me, his mouth slightly agape. The master manipulator, the weaver of lies, is speechless. He is looking at a creature he does not recognize. He is looking at the woman he has, through his own cruelty, created. My hand goes to my sleeve, to the familiar, frayed thread that has been my anchor through all of this. But I do not worry it. I do not twist it. With a slow, deliberate motion, I take the thread between my thumb and forefinger, and I pull it free from the cloth. I hold it up for a moment, a thin, insignificant thing, and then I let it fall to the forest floor. A severing. An ending. "Well?" I ask, my voice sharp, impatient. "Do you agree to my terms, or do we both die here in this forest?" He slowly, painfully pushes himself into a sitting position, his gaze never leaving mine. The pain, the regret, the desperate love, it is all still there in his eyes. But beneath it, there is something new. A flicker of awe. A dawning, terrible respect. He gives a single, slow nod. The terms are acceptable. Good. The word is a chip of ice. I do not know if I can do this. I do not know if I can walk beside the monster who destroyed me, but I know that I cannot do anything else. I look out at the dark, dangerous world beyond our small clearing, and for the first time, I am not afraid of it. I am a part of it. I turn back to him, my warm brown eyes now as cold and appraising as his have ever been. Then lead the way.
Chapter 29. Raziel. The air changes. One moment we are walking through the cold, dead silence of the Pref Mountains. The next, we step into a pocket of the world that is screaming with life. The air becomes thick, heavy, tasting of ozone and damp, fertile earth after a lightning strike. A low, inaudible hum vibrates in my bones, a sound that is felt rather than heard. It is the song of creation, the raw, untamed power of a wild spawn. We have arrived. Before us is a wall of sheer black rock, but the air in front of it shimmers and writhes. The very fabric of reality is distorted, warped by the immense magical energy that bleeds from the pocket realm hidden within. Trees that grow near the entrance are twisted into impossible, spiral shapes, their leaves the color of bruised twilight. The ground is carpeted in a moss that glows with a faint, sickly green light. This is it. The culmination of 500 years of searching, of planning, of sacrificing every part of myself on the altar of my ambition. The entrance to the heart, the source of ultimate power. My life's work is before me, and I feel nothing. The triumph I had always imagined, the surge of ecstatic power, the sense of ultimate victory, it is all absent. In its place is a vast, profound, and utterly desolate emptiness. A void that mirrors the one in Tawana's eyes. She stands beside me, a statue of ice and sorrow. She looks at the shimmering, distorted air, her expression unreadable. The bond between us, the one forged in her blood, is a constant, agonizing hum beneath my skin. Through it, I can feel the steady, rhythmic beat of her heart, a heart that I have so thoroughly, so completely broken. I turn to her, the emptiness inside me so vast it threatens to swallow me whole. I have the prize, but I have lost the world, and I cannot bear it. Tawana, I say, my voice sounding broken thing that's strange to my ears. She refuses to look at me. Her gaze remains fixed on the shimmering veil before us. Before we do this, I press on, the words a desperate, foolish tide against the wall of her silence. You must understand. You must know why. She gives no sign that she has heard me, but I speak anyway. I speak to the unyielding line of her back, to the rigid set of her shoulders. I speak to the ghost of the girl who looked at me with warmth and trust in a glowing grotto. I was not born as the others of my kind, I begin, the words tasting like ash and ancient pain. The Vraken you have seen, Selene and her coven, they are of the pure bloodline, their immortality a thing passed down through the ages, growing thinner, weaker with each generation. But I was an accident, an anomaly. I look at the shimmering, chaotic energy of the wild spawn, and I see a reflection of my own soul. I was born within a place like this, a nexus of raw, untamed magic. It should have destroyed me. Instead, it remade me. It burned away the weaknesses of my kind, the need for blood to sustain me, the vulnerability to the sun. It gave me true immortality, a power that the matriarchs, with their diluted blood and their fear of anything they cannot control, could not comprehend. The memories are a torrent, a flood of ancient, bitter loneliness. I was an outcast, a heresy, a thing to be feared and managed. They did not see a son of the Vraken. They saw a weapon that they could not wield, and so they sought to lock it away. I fled. I spent centuries in solitude, my only companion the ambition that burned in my heart. The ambition to accumulate a power so absolute, so undeniable, that no one, not the matriarchs, not the gods themselves, could ever threaten me again. I take a step closer to her, my hand lifting, then falling to my side. To touch her now would be a violation. The heart was the culmination of that ambition. And you were the only way to reach it. My plan was simple. It was cold. It was logical. It did not account for you. I finally fall silent, the confession a hollow, useless thing in the humming air. I have laid my soul bare, offered her the broken, ugly truth of my existence, and she has given me nothing in return. She has not moved. She has not spoken. Her face is a mask of stone, her expression unreadable. The girl who met my fury with compassion, my pain with tenderness, is gone. In her place is this creature of ice and iron, a queen of a desolate, broken kingdom, a queen of my own making. She lifts her hand, not to me, but to the shimmering, distorted veil before us. She does not speak. She does not look at me. Her eyes, those beautiful, warm brown eyes that are now as cold and empty as a winter sky, focus on the illusion. The pressure in the air intensifies, the hum of the wild spawned rising in pitch. The shimmering veil of magic, the divine, impenetrable ward that has guarded the heart for millennia, begins to waver. It writhes, it twists, and then, with a sound like a soft, exhaled breath, it simply unravels. The illusion dissolves, not with a bang, but with a quiet final surrender, revealing a dark, yawning archway in the rock beyond. The way is open. She has fulfilled her part of our terrible bargain. She has opened the door to my life's ambition. She lowers her hand and turns to me, her expression still a perfect, unreadable mask. But her eyes, for a single, fleeting moment, hold a universe of shattered, betrayed love. Then, it is gone, replaced by the cold, appraising gaze of a stranger. She has not just opened the way to the heart of the wild spawn, she has opened the door to my damnation, and now I must walk through it.
Chapter 30. Tawana. I step through the archway, and the world I have always known ceases to exist. The air on the other side is not air. It is a thick, viscous medium, a sea of raw, untamed magic that presses in on me from all sides. It smells of ozone after a lightning strike, of damp, ancient earth, and of something else, something metallic and sweet that reminds me of the taste of my own blood. A low, constant hum vibrates in my bones, a sound that is felt in the very marrow, the song of a power so immense it is terrifying. We are in a vast, circular chamber, the walls a smooth, featureless expanse of obsidian that seems to drink the light. There is no ceiling, only a swirling vortex of purple and silver clouds, a roiling, chaotic sky that offers no comfort, no stars, no moons. The only light comes from the ground itself, a faint, sickly green luminescence that seems to emanate from the very stone beneath our feet. This is the heart, the place of Raziel's ambition, the price of my world. He steps past me, his movement slow, his gaze sweeping the chamber. The raw power in the air does not seem to affect him. He is a part of it, a creature born of this same ancient, chaotic energy. He is home. But the emptiness I saw in him outside has followed him in. There is no triumph in his eyes, no ecstatic sense of victory. There is only a weary, hollow searching. He is looking for his prize. My own gaze is drawn to the centre of the chamber. It is not a throne. It is not a pedestal. It is not a treasure chest. It is a simple, unadorned slab of black stone, no higher than my waist. It is unremarkable in every way, save for the dark, ugly stains that mar its surface, the colour of old, dried blood. Raziel walks toward it, his steps the only sound in the humming silence. He circles it, his brow furrowed in a confusion that is a stark, unguarded thing on his perfect features. "Where is it?" he murmurs, his voice a low, frustrated thing that is almost lost in the vastness of the chamber. The heart. It should be here. He runs his hand over the surface of the stone, searching for a hidden compartment, a secret rune, a trigger for some magical revelation. He finds nothing. It is just a rock, a stained, ugly rock at the centre of a universe of power. I do not move. I cannot. The moment my eyes fell upon the stone slab, my power, my knack, my curse, activated. But it is not the shimmering, oily distortion of a lie. It is something new, something far more terrifying. The pressure behind my eyes is a familiar, aching thing. But the world does not warp. The stone does not shimmer. Instead, it is as if a veil has been lifted from my own sight, and I am seeing the world with a new, terrible clarity. I see the stone for what it is. I see the intent with which it was carved, the cold, cruel purpose that is embedded in its very essence. I see the echoes of what has happened here, phantom images that flicker at the edges of my field of vision. I see figures, their faces blurred, their forms indistinct, being led to this stone. I hear the ghostly echo of their screams, the wet, tearing sound of a blade, the hot, coppery scent of their blood. This is not a pedestal. This is an altar, a place of sacrifice, a place of endings, a place where life is given to fuel a power that is not of creation, but of consumption. The heart is no gem. It is not an artifact. It is this place, this hungry, terrible place. The realization slams into me like a fist of ice that clenches around my heart. The blood that stains the stone. It is a price that has been paid before. A price that, I understand with a sudden, soul-shattering certainty, is meant to be paid again. Raziel still does not see it. He is lost in his confusion, in his frustration, his back to me as he continues his fruitless search. He is so close to the truth, yet he is utterly, completely blind to it, because he is looking for a lie, a promise of power. And I, the girl whose only gift is to see the truth, am the only one who can see the terrible, simple reality of this place. The love I feel for him, the stubborn, foolish thing that has survived even his betrayal, wars with the new, cold horror that is seeping into my bones. He brought me here. He brought me, the key, to this place of sacrifice. The pieces of his own lies, of Huma's taunts, of my own dawning, terrible suspicions, all slam into place, forming a picture of such monstrous, unbelievable cruelty that the breath seizes in my chest. I open my mouth to speak, to scream, to confront him with the terrible truth I have unearthed. But before I can make a sound, a new voice, a third voice, echoes through the chamber. It is not a voice that comes from a single place. It is a voice that comes from everywhere and nowhere at once. It is in the humming air, in the swirling clouds above, in the glowing stone beneath my feet. It is a voice of shifting shadows and ancient cosmic amusement, a voice that drips with the sweet, cloying poison of chaos itself. Well, well, you finally made it.
Chapter 31. Raziel. Well, you finally made it. The voice is a symphony of chaos, 1,000 whispers and a single clear thought all at once. It echoes not off the obsidian walls, but inside my own skull, a sound I have known for centuries. It's the voice of my mentor, my patron, my god, Akeldama. I turn from the blood-stained altar, my body moving with a slow, deliberate grace I do not feel. Inside, my soul is a maelstrom of confusion and a dawning, terrible dread. Tawana is a statue of ice behind me, her silence a heavy, damning weight. A figure coalesces from the swirling, purple clouds above, descending to the glowing stone floor with a silence that is an affront to the laws of nature. Its form is never still. One moment, it is a serpent of pure shadow with eyes of burning starlight. The next, a beautiful, androgynous, dark elf with a smile that could curdle blood, then a vortex of pure, chaotic energy that seems to drink the very light from the chamber. The deceiver, in all his terrible, magnificent glory. "My lord," I say, the words a dry rasp in my throat. I incline my head, a gesture of a student to his master. "Oh, dispense with the formalities, my favored son," Akeldama says, his voice a silken, amused thing. He drifts closer, his chaotic form settling for a moment into that of the beautiful, cruel elf. He circles the altar, his long, smoke-like fingers trailing over the blood-stained stone. "I must congratulate you. The game was long, the players many, and the board, well, the board was the world itself. And you, my little immortal, you have reached the final square." "The heart," I say, the sound of my voice a low, urgent thing. "I do not see it." The legend spoke of a gem, an artifact of immense power. Akeldama's laugh is a sound like shattering stars, a beautiful, terrible music that sets my teeth on edge. "Legends," he says, with a wave of his ephemeral hand, "are just the best kind of lies, are they not? The ones that people want to believe. And you, my ambitious little Vraken, wanted to believe in this one more than anyone." Ice, colder and sharper than any blade, pierces my heart. The serpent of doubt, the one that has been coiling in my gut since the grotto, rears its head. "A lie?" "A test," he corrects, his smile widening. "A grand, beautiful, centuries-long test of ambition. I wanted to see what you would do, what you would sacrifice, what you would become, to achieve a goal that was, from its very inception, a complete and utter fabrication." The words make my head spin. A lie. My entire life, my every action, my every sacrifice has been in service to a lie. The ruin of Tawana's village, the blood on my hands, the terrible, gaping wound in my own soul. All for nothing. All for the amusement of a bored, chaotic god. A roar of pure, impotent rage builds in my chest, but I choke it down. To show emotion now, to show him that he has broken me, would be to give him the ultimate victory. "Then what is this?" I ask, my voice a low, dangerous thing, gesturing to the altar. "What is the purpose of this place?" Akeldama's smile becomes a thing of terrible, divine beauty. He turns his gaze, those ancient, knowing eyes, past me, to Tawana. "Ah," he breathes, his voice filled with the connoisseur's appreciation. "Now we come to the true prize. The final move of the game." He drifts past me, his form a whisper of shadow and starlight, and stops before her. She does not flinch. She simply stares back at him, her face a mask of cold, broken stone. "The heart of the wild spont is not an object, Raziel," Akeldama says, his gaze still fixed on Tawana. "It is a concept. It is the ultimate expression of power, and ultimate power requires the ultimate sacrifice." The serpent of doubt in my gut becomes a certainty of pure, unadulterated horror. My suspicions, the terrible, venomous thought I had in the grotto, were not a fear. They were a prophecy. He wants a sacrifice. "To prove yourself a true conqueror," the deceiver continues, his voice a silken, seductive poison. "To prove yourself worthy of a god's favor, you must be willing to sacrifice the thing you value most, not for a prize, not for a reward, but as a pure, unadulterated expression of your own ambition. You must prove that your will is stronger than your heart." He lifts a long, elegant, smoke-like hand and gestures to Tawana. "She is the most valuable thing in your world, is she not?" he asks, his voice a soft, curious thing. "More valuable than your pride, your solitude, even your own life, I suspect? I must admit, I did not anticipate this particular complication. It has made the game infinitely more interesting." He turns his burning gaze back to me. "The altar is hungry, Raziel. Prove yourself. Sacrifice your heart on the altar of your ambition. Kill the girl. And in that act, you will become the thing you have always sought to be. A creature of pure, unadulterated power. A god in your own right. The world dissolves. The humming of the wild spont, the swirling of the chaotic sky, the cold of the stone beneath my feet. It all fades away. There is only the blood-stained altar before me, and the impossible, terrible choice he has laid at my feet. My ambition, the thing that has been my sun, my moon, my entire universe for 500 years, is screaming at me to obey, to take the final step, to become the god I was always meant to be. But my heart, the dead, frozen, useless thing I had thought incapable of feeling, is screaming her name. I look at her pale, beautiful, broken face, at the eyes that once looked at me with a love so pure, it was a fire that warmed my very soul. And I am paralyzed. The master manipulator, the weaver of lies, the student of chaos, is trapped in a cage of his own making. A cage forged not of illusion, but of love.
Chapter 32. Tawana. The world is a stage, and the god of trickery is its only audience. He stands before us, a creature of shifting shadow and starlight, his words a death sentence that hang in the humming, magical air. Kill the girl. I watch Raziel. I do not look at the god, whose chaotic, beautiful form is an affront to the senses. I do not look at the blood-stained altar, the truth of which is a cold, hard stone in my gut. I look at the man I love, the monster who destroyed my world, the saviour who holds my shattered heart in his hands, and I see him break. It is not a grand, theatrical thing. It is a quiet, internal cataclysm, the magnificent, arrogant pride that has defined him, the cold, calculating ambition that has been his armour for centuries. It all dissolves, leaving him utterly, terrifyingly bare. His face, that perfect, cruel mask of beauty, crumples. His dark, bottomless eyes, which have held the secrets of ages, are now filled with a raw, naked agony so profound it shakes my soul. He is paralysed, trapped between the god he has served and the girl he has come to love, between the ambition that has been his entire existence and the emotion that is now his undoing. And in his silent, screaming agony, I see the truth. The man who stood before me in the grotto, the one who looked at me with a raw, unguarded admiration, was not a lie. The Vraken who took my body in a storm of desperate, angry passion in one cavern, and then with a reverence that felt like worship in another, was not a lie. The creature who roared my name in helpless fury as Huma's hand struck my face was not a lie. The man he has become is real, and I love him. The thought is not a question. It is not a conflict. It is a simple, quiet, and absolute certainty that settles in the centre of my being, a point of calm in the heart of the storm. I loathe the creature who orchestrated the destruction of my home, who used me, who lied to me. But I love, with every broken piece of my soul, the man who stands in front of me now, shattered by the very choice his own actions have created. I am a fool, a stupid, sentimental, mortal fool. My heart wants what it wants, and it wants him to have his dream. A strange, quiet calm settles over me. The fear, the hatred, the betrayal, it all recedes, leaving behind a single, clear purpose. He cannot make this choice. It will destroy him. But I can. I can free him. I can give him the one thing he has sought for centuries. I take a step forward, into the space between them. The god, Akeldama, watches me with an expression of intense, academic curiosity, as if I am a particularly interesting insect he has just discovered. Raziel does not seem to see me at all. He is lost in the prison of his own heart. Raziel, I say, and my voice is a soft, steady thing in the humming silence. His head snaps toward me, his eyes wide with a dawning, terrible horror, as he sees the resolve on my face. Tawana, no. The man who brought me here was a monster, I say, my gaze holding his, my words a quiet, simple truth. He was a creature of lies and ambition, and I loathe him for what he did to my people, for what he did to me. I take another step, closer to the altar, closer to the end. But that is not the man who stands here now. The man who stands before me now is the one who taught me I was strong, the one who looked at me not as a key, but as a queen, a worthy being, the one whose heart I can feel breaking from across this room. Tears, hot and silent, begin to trace a path down my cheeks. You remade me, Raziel. You took a frightened, naive girl, and you showed her that she had a fire in her soul. And I have seen the man you are beneath the centuries of pain and loneliness. And that is the man I love. Do not do this, he whispers, his voice a broken plea. He takes a step toward me, but he is moving as if through water, his body a clumsy, uncooperative thing. I am a fool, I continue, a sad, watery smile touching my lips. My heart is a foolish, sentimental thing, but it is my own, and this is my choice. I am beside the altar now, its cold, blood-stained stone a stark, final reality against my leg. You have a dream, an ambition that has driven you for 500 years. I will not be the thing that stands in its way. I turn to him, my heart aching with a love so profound it is a physical weight. Promise me something, Raziel. Promise me you will watch over them, the survivors of my village, keep them safe. That is all I ask. I place my hand on the cold, hard surface of the altar. It is not just a rock, it is an ending, and I am not afraid. I turn to face him one last time, the beautiful yet terrible monster who has become my entire world. I offer him a sad, gentle smile, a final gift of the love he has so unexpectedly, so tragically, won. It is okay.
Chapter 33. Raziel. It is okay. Her voice is a soft, gentle rain on the raging inferno of my soul. Her smile is a thing of such profound, selfless love that it shatters the last remnants of the monster I have been for 500 years. The ambition, the pride, the cold, logical pursuit of power. It all turns to ash and blows away on the winds of my own self-loathing. She is going to die. She is choosing to die for my dream. A dream that has become a nightmare. No. The word is a choked, strangled thing, a ghost in my throat. She places her hand on the altar, a final, terrible acceptance. And the ambition inside me, the ancient coiling serpent of my soul, does not just die. It is murdered, and in its place, something new, something fierce and terrifying, and utterly absolute, is born. Love that transcends everything. Tawana! I scream, a sound of pure, animal anguish that is ripped from the deepest, most broken parts of me. It is a sound I've never made, a sound I had no idea I was capable of. It is the sound of a world ending. I launch myself toward her, my only thought to pull her back, to shield her, to put myself between her and the terrible final price of my own sins. And I hit a wall. It is not a wall of stone or force. It is a wall of pure, divine will. Akeldama's will. The air before me thickens, becomes a solid, unyielding thing, and I slam into it with a force that should shatter bone. But it does not throw me back. It holds me, and it begins to unmake me. Pain, white-hot and absolute, erupts across every inch of my skin. It is not a simple pressure. It is the feeling of 1,000 invisible blades, each one meticulously flaying the skin from my body. I feel my flesh tear, my blood, hot and shimmering, begin to well from 100 tiny cuts. I am being shredded, atom by atom, by the amused, indifferent will of my own god. Keldama's voice echoes in my mind, a silken, chiding thing. No interference, my son. The choice is yours. But the move, once made, must be seen through. That is the first rule of any good game. I roar, a sound of pure animal fury, and I push. I push against the wall of pain, against the will of a god. Every inch of my body is a screaming symphony of agony. The muscles in my arms and back bunch and strain, the iron chain still on my ankles cutting deep into my flesh. I can feel my skin splitting, my blood running in hot rivers down my chest and back. "Raziel, stop!" Tawana's voice cuts through the red haze of my pain. I look at her, and she is weeping, her face a mask of horrified love. "Stop, please! It is not worth it. Let me go!" She's trying to save me. Even now, as she stands on the precipice of her own end, she's trying to save me from the pain. And the sight of her tears, the sound of her plea, it is a fire that burns away the last of my fear, the last of my hesitation. "Never!" I snarl, the word a bloody promise. I close my eyes, refusing to push with my body. I push with my soul. I gather every ounce of the love I feel for her, the new, terrifying, magnificent thing that has remade me, and I use it as a battering ram. I throw the full, absolute weight of my 500 years of existence, of my wild spawn-born power, of my new, singular purpose against the will of my god. For a moment there is only the pain, the screaming of my flesh, the tearing of my soul. With a sound that's like 1,000 shattering mirrors, the wall breaks. I stumble forward, my body a ragged, bleeding ruin, and I do not stop. I am a blur of motion, a storm of desperation and love. I reach the altar in a single, frantic heartbeat. I grab her, my arms wrapping around her waist, and I pull her back, away from the cold, hungry stone. I spin her around and I hold her. I crush her to my chest, my face buried in the soft, wild tangle of her hair, my wings tattered and bleeding wrapping around her, a shield of broken bone and desperate love. She's trembling, her small body a fragile, living thing against the ruin of my own. She is safe. She's in my arms, and nothing else in this or any other world matters. "Raziel, what are you doing?" she whispers, my chest wet with her tears. I can feel Akeldama's gaze on us, a weight of cold, cosmic amusement. I slowly, deliberately turn to face him, my arms still locked around Tawana, my body a shield between her and the god who would see her destroyed for his own entertainment. He is standing by the altar, his form that of the beautiful, cruel, dark elf, an expression of mild academic disappointment on his perfect face. "Well," he says, with a sigh that is pure, theatrical boredom. "That is a rather definitive answer, is it not?" "The game is over," I say, and my voice is not the voice of his student, his pawn, his favored son. It is the voice of a king who has just claimed his only true treasure. I look at the god I have served for centuries, the master of lies and chaos, and I feel nothing but a cold, profound pity. He has all the power in the universe, and he has nothing. "I renounce you, Akeldama," I say, and the phrase is a severing, a final, absolute breaking of the chains that have bound my soul. I renounce the quest. I renounce the power. I renounce this entire, pathetic, empty game. I pull Tawana closer, my cheek resting against the top of her head, her scent a balm to my shattered senses. "This is my world," I say, my voice sounding low, fierce, and utterly sure. "This is my power. This is my heart. You will not have her. She is mine." I stand before the god of trickery, a bleeding, broken, and utterly defiant immortal, my arms wrapped around the only truth in a universe of lies. And for the first time in my long, lonely existence, I am truly, completely, and absolutely free. Akeldama looks from me to Tawana, who is now peering out from the shelter of my arms, her tear-streaked face a mask of awe and disbelief. He watches us for a long, silent moment, his head tilted in that familiar, curious way. Then, a slow, genuine smile, a Smile of pure, unadulterated amusement spreads across his face. He sighs, a sound of a parent whose favorite child has just done something utterly, unexpectedly boring. You two are no fun at all.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 34. Tawana. You two are no fun at all. The god's voice is a sigh of cosmic boredom, and then the world dissolves. It is not a gentle fading. It is a violent, chaotic unravelling. The obsidian chamber, the swirling purple sky, the blood-stained altar, it all fractures into a million pieces of glittering, impossible light. I am ripped from Raziel's arms, my body weightless, tumbling through a vortex of colour and sound that has no up, no down, no beginning, no end. It is the feeling of being unmade, of my very soul being torn apart and reassembled in the same instant. Just as suddenly, it stops. I land on something soft, my body hitting the ground with a gentle thud that is a stark, merciful contrast to the violence of our journey. The air is warm, thick with the scent of rich, damp earth, sweet, night-blooming flowers, and the clean, fresh smell of rain. The humming, oppressive power of the wild spont is gone, replaced by a gentle, life-affirming thrum that seems to emanate from the very soil beneath me. I push myself up, my limbs trembling, my senses overwhelmed. We are in a small, secluded clearing, surrounded by a forest of trees so tall their tops are a dark, feathery canopy, against a sky choked with a billion unfamiliar stars. The ground is a carpet of the softest, greenest moss I have ever seen, and the air is alive with the chirping of insects and the distant, melodic call of a nocturnal bird. It is a paradise, a sanctuary. A low groan of pain to my left rips my attention from the impossible beauty of our new world. Raziel. He is lying on the moss a few feet away, a broken, bleeding ruin. The terrible wounds he sustained pushing through the god's invisible wall have not healed. His skin is a lattice of deep, weeping cuts, his magnificent wings torn and bent at unnatural angles. He is a fallen god, a shattered angel, and the sight of his suffering is a blade that pierces the ice that has encased my heart. Raziel, I breathe, scrambling to his side. He tries to push himself up, his arms trembling with the effort, a low, guttural snarl of frustration and pain torn from his throat. Do not move, I command. I place my hands on his shoulders, gently pushing him back down onto the soft moss. His body is a furnace of heat, the fever of his injuries a stark, terrifying contrast to the Vrakan cold I have come to know. As I kneel beside him, trying to assess the terrible extent of his wounds, a voice, dripping with an ancient cosmic amusement, echoes through the clearing. It is not in my head this time. It is in the air, in the trees, in the very fabric of this new, impossible place. A parting gift, my favoured son, Akeldama's voice says, a silken, disembodied thing. For 500 years of devoted, if ultimately disappointing service, I have grown rather fond of your little drama. It would be a pity for it to end so soon. A cold dread seeps into my bones. What have you done? I whisper to the empty, listening air. The god's laugh is a rustling of a million unseen leaves. I have simply moved the pieces to a new, more interesting board. Your former playmates, the ever-so-honourable Minotaur and the ever-so-loyal Vrakencoven, are at this very moment converging on the entrance to the Wildspont. I imagine their meeting will be explosive. You are, for the moment, safe from them, but you are not safe from yourselves. And that, my dear, is a game I very much look forward to watching. The voice fades, leaving only the gentle sounds of the forest and the harsh, ragged sound of Raziel's breathing. We are alone, truly, completely alone. With all lies, all pretences, all gods and monsters stripped away. There is only him, and me, and the terrible, beautiful, broken thing between us. For hours, I tend to him. I find a stream, its water as clear and pure as the one in the grotto, and I tear my dress into strips, cleaning his 100 wounds, my touch as gentle as I can make it. He does not speak. He simply watches me, his dark, bottomless eyes filled with a raw, unguarded agony that has nothing to do with his physical pain. When I am done, I sit beside him, the silence a living, breathing thing between us. And then he begins to talk. He tells me everything, not the poetic, deflecting answers of before, but the raw, ugly, unvarnished truth. He speaks of his birth, of his loneliness, of the all-consuming fear that drove him to seek a power he believed would make him untouchable. He speaks of the centuries of solitude, of the cold, logical ambition that became his only companion. He speaks of the moment he first saw me, a simple, calculated piece in his grand cosmic game. He speaks of the grotto, of the moment his heart, the dead, frozen thing he had thought incapable of feeling, began to beat again. He holds nothing back. He offers no excuses. He simply lays the broken, ugly pieces of his soul at my feet. And as I listen, the ice around my own heart begins to melt. The hatred, the rage, the profound, soul-shattering sense of betrayal, it all gives way to a wave of deep, aching grief. I grieve for the girl I was, the one who lived in a world of simple truths and small kindnesses. I grieve for the lives that were lost, for the home that was destroyed. And I grieve for him, for the lonely, terrified creature who believed that power was the only shield against pain, who did not understand that the walls he built to protect himself were also his prison. When he is finally done, the silence that returns is not the empty, suffocating silence of before. It is a quiet, contemplative thing, a space for healing. I look at him, at the beautiful, terrible monster who has been remade by his love for me, and I know that I have been remade by mine for him. I forgive you, Raziel, I whisper, and the words are a release, a severing of the final chains of my own anger. I forgive you for the man you were, because I love the man you have become. A single, perfect tear, a thing of impossible, shimmering beauty, traces a path through the grime and blood on his cheek. He lifts his hand, his fingers, still trembling with weakness, gently touching my own. That is a grace I do not deserve, he rasps, his voice thick with an emotion so raw it is a physical thing. It is not about deserving, I say, my own tears beginning to fall. It is about choosing. He holds my gaze, and the weight of his next words is a palpable thing in the air. There is one final choice you must make, Tawana. He takes a deep, ragged breath. Among my kind, a true union is not a thing of vows and ceremonies. It is a thing of blood and soul. It is a mating, a sacred exchange where two lives are bound together, their lifespans tied as one. To accept the bond is to accept my immortality, to walk beside me through the ages. To refuse is to live out your mortal life, a beautiful, fleeting thing that I would watch over and treasure for every moment that you would allow me. He squeezes my hand, his dark eyes filled with a desperate, pleading vulnerability that strips the very breath from my lungs. I have been a monster. I have been a liar. I have been your ruin. He says in a raw, broken whisper, but I love you. And I will spend the rest of my eternal existence, however you will have me, proving it. Will you have me, Tawana? Truly and forever? Will you be my mate?
Chapter 35. Raziel. For 2 weeks I have waited, suspended in a state of exquisite torment between hope and despair. In the sanctuary of the grotto, under her tender, patient care, my body has healed. The terrible wounds are now nothing more than faint, silvery scars, new lines in the ancient map of my existence. But the true healing has been in my soul, a fragile, tentative thing, entirely dependent on her answer to the question I laid at her feet. She stands before me now, in the soft, ethereal light of the glowing minerals. The silence between us is not empty. It is full of the unspoken conversations, the shared meals, the quiet moments of care that have defined our time here. It is full of the future, a thing that will be decided in this single, final moment. Her eyes, the color of warm, rich earth, are clear, steady, and filled with a love so profound, it is a physical weight in my chest. Yes, she says, and the single word is a spell that remakes my world. Yes, Raziel, I will be your mate, forever. The breath I have been holding for 2 weeks leaves my lungs in a slow, shuddering sigh of pure, unadulterated relief. I take her hand, my cool fingers lacing with her warm ones, and lead her to the center of the grotto, to the edge of the crystal-clear pool. This is not a ceremony of gods or men, I say reverently. It is a thing of blood and soul. It is ancient, it is absolute, and it is forever. Are you certain, Tawana? I have never been more certain of anything in my life, she whispers, her gaze unwavering. I draw the small, sharp blade I carry, its edge as keen as a shard of winter ice. I hold her gaze as I press the tip to the center of my palm. A single, perfect line appears, and from it my own silver-dark blood begins to well. I offer the blade to her. She takes it without hesitation, her hand steady, and makes the same cut on her own palm. Her blood, red and vibrant and so terribly, beautifully alive, blossoms on her skin. Then by my blood, I am yours, I say, the words of vow I have not spoken in an age. And by my blood I am yours, she answers, her voice clear and strong. I press my bleeding palm to hers. The mingling of our blood is a jolt, a shock of heat and ice, of light and shadow. A bond, ancient and unbreakable, snaps into place between us, a cord of shimmering energy that is now a part of our very souls. I speak the words of the old Fracken rite, the language of my long-dead kin, a low, guttural song in the silent grotto. The words are not a plea to a god, but a declaration to the universe itself. My soul recognizes yours. My eternity is yours to command. Where you go, I follow. I feel the magic settle, a profound, permanent shift in the very fabric of my being. I am no longer a solitary island. I am a part of a new continent, a part of her. I draw her hand to my lips and lick the mingled blood from her palm, a final, sealing act. The taste of her Purna magic is a fierce fire in my veins. The ceremony is complete. She is my mate. She is my eternity. She is mine. And I am hers. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
In the aftermath, she collapses onto my chest, a warm, boneless weight of pure, sated pleasure. I wrap my arms around her, my wings curling to create a cocoon of warmth and shadow. Her breathing is a soft, uneven thing against my skin. Her heart a steady, rhythmic beat against my own. We are no longer two separate beings, a Vraken and a human, a monster and a key. We are one soul, one heart, one eternity. She drifts off to sleep in my arms, a soft, contented smile on her lips. And as I watch her, my heart, the one I had thought dead for centuries, is so full of a love so profound, so absolute. It is a physical ache in my chest. The game is over. The ambition is ash. The lies are gone. There is only this. There is only her. And as I close my own eyes, my mate in my arms, our future a quiet, peaceful, and infinite horizon before us, I know that I have finally, truly come home.
Epilogue. Tawana. 1 year later, the wind is a song, a wild, beautiful music that sings of the sky. It whips my hair around my face, a chaotic, joyful dance, and I laugh, the sound stolen from my lips and offered to the clouds. Below us, the world is a breathtaking tapestry of green and gold, the forests of our hidden valley stretching to the feet of the jagged, sun-drenched mountains that are our sentinels. Are you ready? Raziel's voice is a low, familiar rumble against my back, his chest a solid, warm wall I am pressed against. I was born ready, I say, my voice filled with a confidence that is still a new and wonderful thing. His arms, which are wrapped securely around my waist, tighten. That is a lie, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear, sending a shiver of pure, unadulterated pleasure through me. I do not need my psionic gift to know he is smiling. A small one, I concede. Then hold on, he says. And then he lets go. For a single, terrifying, exhilarating heartbeat, I am falling. The wind screams past my ears, and the world rushes up to meet me. But the fear that would have once paralyzed me is gone, instead replaced by a wild, soaring joy. I spread my arms, embracing the fall, embracing the freedom. And then, he is there. He dives beneath me, a storm of silver and black, his wings catching the air with a powerful driving beat. He catches me, my body landing softly against his, and we are soaring again, climbing toward the sun. This is our favourite game, my lesson in flying, a lesson in trust, a lesson in the pure, unadulterated joy of being alive. We have built a life here, in the secluded paradise Akeldama gifted us on a whim. Our home is the grotto behind the waterfall, its glowing crystals a constant, gentle moonlight. But the world is our true home. We have explored every corner of this valley, bathed in every crystal-clear stream, and slept under every new and wondrous constellation. My power, once a source of fear and confusion, is now a part of me, as natural as breathing. It is a lens through which I see the world, a tool with which I shape our life. I have woven a gentle, shimmering illusion around the entrance to our valley, a subtle lie that tells any lost traveller that the way is impassable, that there is nothing to see here. It is a ward of peace, a curtain of privacy for the world we have built. We land on the highest peak of our mountain sanctuary, the place where the world feels closest to the sky. Raziel's wings fold around us, a familiar, beloved cocoon of warmth and shadow. He turns me in his arms, and his eyes, those once bottomless voids of darkness, are now filled with a light that is all for me. It is time? He asks, his voice a soft, gentle thing. I nod, my heart a sudden nervous flutter in my chest. It is time. We have not left our valley in a year. We have not needed to. But there is one last ghost to lay to rest. One final thread to sever. The journey back to the Korzadern Ridge is a strange, dreamlike thing. We fly high and fast, the continent of Protheka, a changing map below us. I see the sprawling cities of the dark elves, the vast empty plains, the winding silver ribbons of rivers. It is a world of danger and beauty, a world that is no longer my prison. When we arrive, we do not land in the valley itself. We land on the high granite outcropping where Raziel once stood and watched my world burn. From here, I can see it all. My village is not a ruin. It is a scar that is healing. New roofs of sturdy, well-cut timber have replaced the old thatch. A new, stronger wall has been built around the perimeter, and in the centre of the square, where the fire once raged, there is a garden, a riot of colourful, hopeful life. Tears, hot and silent, trace a path down my cheeks. They are not tears of grief. They are tears of a profound, overwhelming relief. They are safe. My sacrifice, my choice, it was not in vain. "Are you ready?" Raziel asks again, his hand finding mine, his fingers a cool, strong anchor. I nod, and we begin the walk down the familiar path. The first person to see us is a child, a little girl with a wild tangle of dark curls so like my own. She stops, her eyes wide, and for a moment I see fear in her face. Then I smile, and with my power, my gift, I create a small, harmless illusion, a tiny, shimmering papillion that flutters from my outstretched hand and dances in the air before her. Her fear dissolves into a gasp of pure, childish wonder. A familiar voice calls my name. "Tawana?" Dana stands in the doorway of her new, sturdier cottage, her face a roadmap of 1,000 emotions. Shock, disbelief, and then a dawning, watery joy. I run to her, and she meets me, her old, frail arms wrapping around me in a hug that is as fierce and strong as any warrior's. "You came back," she weeps into my hair. "I promised I would," I say, my own voice thick with tears. We talk for hours. I sit in her small, warm cottage, the air filled with the familiar, comforting scent of prized herb, and I tell her everything. I tell her of my journey, of my power, of the terrible choices and the impossible love. I tell her that I have found my place, my purpose, my forever. When it is time to go, she walks with me to the edge of the village. Raziel is waiting for us, a tall, silent figure of impossible beauty and power. He stands at a respectful distance, a king waiting for his queen. Dana looks from me to him, her old, wise eyes taking in the way he looks at me, the fierce, protective love that is a palpable aura around him. She turns to me, her hands gripping mine. "He is your home now," she says, and it is not a question. "He is," I say, my heart so full it feels as if it might burst. "But this will always be the home of my heart, and I will not leave it unprotected." I release Dana's hands and take a step back. I close my eyes and I reach out, not with my hands but with my mind. I gather the power that now hums in my blood, a familiar, comfortable warmth. I find the edges of this valley, the high mountain passes, the hidden game trails, the very air itself, and I begin to weave. I am not creating a simple illusion, a trick of the light. I am weaving a new truth. I am taking the memory of this place, its beauty, its peace, its resilience, and I am wrapping it in a lie of profound, unshakable power. A lie that says this place is not for you. A lie that will turn away any who come with malice in their hearts, that will make the very path seem to crumble beneath their feet, that will make the air itself seem to reject them. The air around the valley begins to shimmer, a faint, almost imperceptible distortion, like heat rising from a summer field. It is a ward of peace, a permanent sanctuary forged from my love and my power. As long as those who live here remain, they will be safe. Forever. The effort leaves me breathless, but my heart is full. I open my eyes. Dana is staring at the shimmering air, her own eyes wide with awe, and a dawning understanding of what I have become. "Thank you, child," she whispers, her voice thick with tears. She pulls me into one last fierce hug. "Thank you." I release her and walk to Raziel. He takes my hand, his fingers lacing with mine. He looks from me to Dana, and then to the shimmering veil I have created. The pride in his eyes is a fire that warms me to my very soul. Dana looks at him, her gaze steady. "You will take care of my girl," she says, her voice a command that holds the weight of 1,000 generations of love. Raziel looks down at her, and the respect, the reverence on his face is a profound and beautiful thing. He covers her hand with his own, a gesture of solemn absolute promise. "With my entire eternal existence," he says as a low, sacred vow. "Always." Dana nods, a single sharp gesture of acceptance. She turns and waves a final tearful goodbye to me, and then she is gone, back to the life that she has rebuilt from the ashes, a life now shielded by my love. I walk away from the past, on the ghosts and the grief, and I walk toward my future. Raziel scoops me into his arms, and with a single powerful beat of his wings, we are airborne, climbing toward the stars. I look down at the small, brave village, now hidden behind its shimmering veil of peace, at the warm, hopeful lights that are a testament to the resilience of the human heart. And then I look up, at the endless, beautiful, star-choked sky, at the infinite horizon that is now our home. And I know, with a certainty that is the only truth that has ever mattered, that I am finally, completely, and absolutely free.